Hey everybody.
Just give it a couple of minutes.
I'm gonna welcome. My name is Robert Guitron. I'm the artistic director of Polaris Dance Theater, and welcome to the 11th annual Galaxy Dance Festival. We're streaming live, and COVID and other things that are happening in the world have kind of made this happen. This year's festival, typically this festival is live. It's always been unadjudicated. We invite hundreds of dance companies to participate, and slowly over the years this has been becoming a national dance festival. We get groups from all over, but this year the parks are still closed due to COVID, and we thought, you know what, let's try this. We've never done this before, but thanks to our amazing tech and guy and friend Brian McDonald from BMAC Photography, this magic is all happening from him. If anything goes wrong, it is not Brian's fault, but we are going to go from 11 a.m. today to 7 p.m. and we've got a great lineup. We've got companies from Canada, we got New York, Chicago, and from Portland, Oregon. We didn't leave Portland, Oregon out, and I'm hopefully that we will represent most of the styles in dance and stuff. So today, you guys, this is free to watch. We're asking for donations online to help kind of cover some of the cost. We're hoping to raise $3,000, and we will share the money with the groups that are participating in today's event. You can tell your friends on Instagram that this is live. Also, almost all the groups here offer online classes because, as you know, the world has changed. A lot of studios are closed, and sadly, a lot of organizations and dance studios are no longer with us. We'll talk about that later in this event today. But a lot of them offer classes online. If you want to find out more about them, we're going to be putting up links to their web pages or talking about links to their web pages. With that, I want to get into the very, very first group. And we've got a wonderful lineup. And if for some reason something happens, please just try to click back in and find us. But I'm anticipating this is going to be a very, very smooth day. I have Melissa Stevenson here with us. If you guys want to ask any questions in the comment box, we will try to answer them on Facebook. And again, spread this to your friends, and hopefully we get a lot of people participating in this. The first group that we're going to be showing on the festival is the West African Cultural Arts Institute. Sadly, we will look at their videos that they've shared with us, but they will not be able to be live chatting with us on this show. But they sent me some material that they've asked me to read to help describe them. So I want to do that. This is from the West African Cultural Arts Institute. The mission of West African Cultural Arts Institute, WACAI, is to share joy and passion of Guinea culture through vibrant educational programs focusing on music and dance, advocating for authentic source artists from Guinea, and creating charitable programs in Guinea that promote artists' emotional and physical health. Alseny Yansane, dynamic teacher of 14 years performing artist with the world's renowned Ballets Africa of Guinea, has dazzled audience across the globe with his fancy footwork, powerful percussive, and heart-stopping aerobatics. Alseny is recognized extensively for the strength and stamina embodied in his classical dance style, with movement that amazingly precision and extension while maintaining grace, beauty, and fluidity. He is friendly, patient, and encouraging excellence at nurturing beginning dancers by breaking down the steps while simultaneously challenging more advanced students to push their edge and become stronger and more versatile dancers. As a cultural ambassador, he has a wide understanding of rhythms from each geographic region of Guinea. and has brought new songs and musical arrangements to the Pacific Northwest. Alseny and the West African Culture Arts Institute offers quality classes, workshops, school residencies, assemblies, as well as unforgettable artistic and cultural adventures in Guinea. His joy and passion for his work fires up students of all ages and backgrounds. This first video that we're going to see is a traditional mask dance from Guinea called Yamama. Alseny is the performing artist, and I believe this was shot somewhere here in the Pacific Northwest. So let's enjoy this offering. Oh my God, that was awesome. Everybody, virtual round of applause for that. I just love the intricacy and the complicated rhythms that just seamlessly layer on top of each of them. Again, unfortunately, Alseny Yansane isn't able to be here, so they sent us kind of a virtual interview that I could read. So it's kind of a question and answer form. So we have one other video of theirs that I want to show, but first let's find out a little bit more about this organization and about Alseny. West African Culture Arts Institute is a 501c3 nonprofit cultural arts organization based out of Eugene, Oregon. WACAI was founded by Artistic Director Alseny Yansane and Executive Director Andrea De Palma Yansane. Upon their move from Guinea to Oregon in 2007, WACAI's mission is to share the joy and passion of Guinea's culture through vibrant educational programs focusing on music and dance. These programs include community classes, school residencies and assemblies, performances, master classes, and outreach events. WACAI regrets that they are unable to be in person for this live feed, but are thankful for the opportunity to represent at the Galaxy virtual event in this adapted format. For more information about WACAI, check out, and this is their web address, westafricanculturalarts.org. So definitely, if you want to find out more about Alseny and the West African Cultural Arts Institute, that's their website, westafricanculturalarts.org. So we have a question and answer format. So the question for Alseny is, can you tell the audience a little bit about yourself? And this is Alseny's answer. My name is Alseny Yansane. I come from Guinea, West Africa, and was born and raised in the capital city of Conakry. I hope I pronounced that right. I am from the Susu people, which is the third largest ethnic group in Guinea. I work with world-renowned Ballets Africa for 14 years and have traveled to many places around the globe to represent traditional Guinea culture, like you saw in the first video. I love dance, music, and culture from my homeland, and am passionate about sharing it with audiences and students who are respectful, and recipient. Can you describe what your training in Guinea looks like? Answer. My training actually began as a drummer when I was around 7 years old. In Guinea, we say the drumming and the dancing are married together, so you cannot have one without the other. As a kid with very little means, I learned to play traditional rhythms on really big, empty tomato paste cans flipped upside down. Back then, my older brother had drums in a dance group who played at folkloric events that celebrated rites of passage like weddings and baby naming ceremonies, which inspired me to form my own group with the kids from the neighborhood. Our group would walk from neighborhood to neighborhood, challenging other groups of kids, and we would find gathered outside to a drum and dance battle and always seem to win. Shortly afterwards, my older brother invited me to join his group, and I learned a lot through watching him drum and dance, and by just getting out there to show what I had learned in local and regional competitions. I am thankful to have come up as an artist at the same time that Sekou, Ghana's first president. Historically, this was an era when arts and culture appreciation and cultivation were at its all-time high, and the training that artists received was rigorous and systematic. We had to compete on a national level annually as a way to move up to higher levels of artistic status. These competitions were held in the heart of downtown Conakry, where I lived, and attracted groups from all over Guinea who represented specific art and cultural forms from various regions and ethnic groups. Over the years, I worked with numerous private ballets before and was recruited to and passed the audition to enter into Ballets Africa, one of the 4 national companies at the time. Question: what would your average day look like? Answer: a typical day in the life for me would look something like this. I would get up in the morning and make my way by foot to rehearsal, sometimes walking over an hour to get there, meeting up with other artists along the way, en route to rehearsal, and talking amongst ourselves made the long walk much shorter. Oftentimes, I would leave the house without eating anything for breakfast because my family didn't have the means to provide too much more than the main meal of rice and sauce. This is how it was for most of the artists in Guinea. We'd get by through sharing just about everything, especially food. So if I wasn't able to eat at home, or if I didn't have any pocket money from the gig from the night before, someone in the group would help me by getting something into my belly before it started to ache. Our drum and dance rehearsal would be for 2 or 3 hours, Monday and Friday, sometimes even on Saturday, and they were held in multi-purpose buildings whose cement or tile floors were in various stages of disrepair. Even so, we always danced barefoot and did all kinds of acrobatics, like dive rolls and flips on that hard surface, and there were no tumbling mats. After my morning rehearsal, where I trained very intensely, ended, I would have some time to make my way to the next rehearsal of the group, where I was the artistic director, stopping off at a friend's house to eat some rice and sauce and possibly take a nap. After the second rehearsal, I would typically go to regroup and get ready for my folkloric group evening's gig. I was a general director of my folkloric group, which means I was responsible for subcontracting all the artists, who included traditional drummers, praise singers, guitarists, balaflanists, key players, and dancers. I also had to communicate and plan the event with a person who did the sound for the event, as well as do the maintenance and repair on the outdoor lighting. This literally involved a lot of legwork leading up to the event due to the fact that home phones didn't really exist and cell phone technology hadn't made its way to Guinea yet. During the gig, I would play drums, manage the artists and crowd energy. At the end of the gig, I would count and divide up the money collected from the various guests, putting tips into the platter during the praise song procession, pay the artists, and get all the equipment back home. The next day, I'd wake up and do it all over again. Question. You mentioned earlier your involvement in a private ballet and national group. Can you explain what a private ballet is and how it differs from the national company? Answer. Guinea has two types of traditional drumming and dancing, village style and ballet style. In the village style, drummers play the traditional rhythms and the community celebration where the guests circle around and jump into the middle one by one or two by two, dancing only one or two simple movements before yielding the dance space to someone else. The ballet style was developed in the capital city, Conakry, Guinea, where musical arrangements were created to embellish village rhythms and complex dance steps were created and strung together in a long dance sequence to fill the stage with choreography and technical floor patterns. In the ballet style, there are private ballet, which are also known as amateur groups that feed into the National Ballet, which are professional companies that are sponsored by the Guinea government and have national and international touring companies that are considered to be cultural ambassadors. Even though the national companies are sponsored by the government, unfortunately, only the administrative staff receive small stipends and the artists remain, for the most part, unpaid. It's really unfortunate that Alseny Yansane couldn't be here in person to share his story himself, but I really appreciate him being a part of the festival. We have one more performance, and I believe this performance actually was recorded in Guinea at a festival on a hand camcorder. So let's enjoy this last offering from the West African Cultural Arts Institute. Okay, everybody, can we give another virtual round of applause to the West African Arts Cultural Group. Next up is Rangeela Dance Company. I want to talk a little bit more if you guys are just joining us here. Rangeela Dance Company is going to be on at 11:30, so hold tight. So throughout this event, people have offered different lengths of pieces that maybe filled up their 30-minute slot or didn't quite fill up their 30-minute slot. So we will do our best to try to keep everything on time. Again, if you guys are just joining in, this is a free online festival, and we want to support all the artists that are a part of this festival. We're asking for online donations. We hope to raise about $3,000 to cover our costs and then to share this with the various artists that are there. We have, again, a few more minutes. So we're going to fill this with a dance because you guys are here to see dance. This next piece, we did a show a couple years ago because 3 of my favorite artists passed away. Leonard Cohen, Prince, and David Bowie passed away. So we did a show based on all 3 of those artists' songs. And this is a short showing from David Bowie called Doves Cry. Okay. Hi, we're back again. That was a little filler. So you guys, sorry about me, and I know that's not David Bowie. That was Prince, actually. And there's going to be some other little faux pas and mistakes that I'm going to make. I'm human. I apologize for myself. But yeah, we're doing our best, and we're dealing with this whole COVID thing. But now next, who I'd like to invite to you is Priyanka. She is the person in charge of Rangeela dance, and let's get her up and welcome her to the festival. Hi, Priyanka. How are you?
Hi, I'm good.
Welcome. I'm so glad that you're a part of this.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah. So, tell me a little bit about you, yourself, and your background in dance.
Yeah, absolutely. So my name is Priyanka. I am a second generation Indian American. So my parents are from India, and I was born and raised in the East Coast in Boston. I moved to Seattle about 4 years ago, and I have been dancing my whole life, mostly Indian classical dance called Bharatanatyam, and also Bollywood fusion. So Bollywood fusion basically means a combination of all different styles of dance from India, mixed with a little bit of Western styles. And basically Bollywood is the name of the movie industry in India. So a lot of the songs that you'll see happen in those movies are very colorful, very vibrant, and that's what Bollywood means. So my company called Rangeela Dance Company, I started it about 4 years ago, is a dance company in Seattle where we fuse lots of different Bollywood styles together, and we've cultivated an amazing place for post-professional dancers, so people who already have careers in other industries but also like to dance. So all of us have jobs, but then we also dance as a hobby, and so this is our passion and also a small business. So the main goals of Rangeela is to create a space where post-professional dancers can come together and celebrate culture, share culture through a couple different ways. So we operate through three main platforms. We have our performing arts platform, we have our teaching lessons platform, and then also events. So we do lots of performances at weddings and celebrations and corporate events and things like that. But basically, I like to think of Rangeela as your one-stop shop for anything Bollywood.
Awesome. So your training, did you get a lot of your training, I guess from where? Where did you get your training in the different various styles of dance?
Yeah, so in Boston, where I was raised, my neighbor was a Indian classical dance instructor, and she was friends with my family, and she was starting her school many years ago, about, at least over 30 years ago, she started her school. And so I was very fortunate to have her in my community, and so she became my instructor, and she was trained in India. So she kind of passed on her learnings to her school and her studio, and I was very fortunate to learn from her, and she's still dancing today, and she's 75 plus. So I was very lucky to have her in my life. And then I also learned Bollywood dance from other instructors in the Boston area. And I was very influenced by movies that I would watch and would just pick up by watching, Indian movies here and there. I visited India almost every other year. So I would go to India and, learn dance there and participate in all the functions where I got to learn from everyone around me.
Awesome. Did you study any other styles of dance, any Western styles, or other styles that you incorporate in the company's work?
So that's a very interesting question. I actually have not formally trained in any non-Indian styles, but when I was in college, that was the first time I got to kind of collaborate with dancers from other places, and I learned a little bit of modern, a little bit of contempt, a little bit of some other South Asian styles that I had never been familiar with either. So I'm not by any means trained in those professionally, But what I love about Rangeela is that we have dancers who've had training in ballet or hip hop or contempt or other styles, as well as Indian dance, and we learn from each other. So that's one of the things I love about my company.
That's awesome. I wanted to kind of ask you about your dancers, if they specifically needed to have an in-depth training or background in this East Indian style of movement, or is there something specific as a choreographer or a creator that you're looking for as an artist or technician? And, how do you find the artists that participate?
Yeah, so I look for dancers who are very versatile. So, they may be experts in one type of classical dance, but I'm really looking for them to be able to do those other styles as well. Fusion, Bhangra, which is a Northern Indian style, hip hop. So not everyone can do everything, but if you can do at least 2 styles, you'll be a good fit for our company, because our clients and our performances that we do don't ask for just one particular style. So, I think I have pretty great experts in almost every style, but I look for people who are pretty versatile in their background.
Awesome. Well, let's talk a little bit about the piece we're going to see. Give us the background on the piece and kind of the creative process that you went through. Some choreographers work with various inputs from the dancers. Others, it's just, this is what we're going to do. So I'm kind of curious about how you work, how this piece was created. So tell us a little bit about what we're going to see.
Sure. So this piece is a Bollywood classical piece, which means that we fused a Bollywood song. We took a Bollywood song that's in the movies and we choreographed a classical dance piece to it. So the style of dance is Kathak, which is a Northern Indian classical dance style. And it's so beautiful. And I wasn't actually trained in Kathak, but as I started Rangeela, a lot of my dancers are trained in Kathak, so most of our videos are very Kathak based. So this is a colorful video with about 8 of our dancers. I was the artistic director, and I also helped choreograph. The lead choreographer is Palak Sukhant, who's you'll see in the video, and she's from India, and she was trained there and has moved to Seattle. So I worked with her very closely to create this beautiful video. It's called Ghar More Pardesiya, which translates to sort of inviting your lover or inviting somebody into your home. And so that's specific to the context of the movie, but we just did a dance video to that song.
Awesome. Well, should we get started and see the dance?
Yeah.
We can talk some more afterwards. So
Sure.
Let's look. Well, what's the title of this piece?
It's called Ghar More Pardesiya. A lot of Indian words. It's okay.
Okay, let's enjoy this offering.
Na
Okay, that was freaking amazing and beautiful. The entire time I couldn't stop smiling. It's a good thing that the camera wasn't on me because I was just like, it's. I've always loved East Indian and different cultural dances, but I just love the rhythm, the color. I also really appreciated the production value that you guys went through to produce that video. Did you want to maybe share a little bit more about that piece we just saw?
Sure, absolutely. Thank you for all the compliments. It was a very special piece for us. One, because the production value was pretty high. We had drone shots, we had lots of beautiful costumes in that, a lot of coordination to figure out which colors are going to go where and which dancers are going to be together. So what I love about Seattle, which is where I live, is that we have such beautiful parks in the area. So I tried to take advantage, especially in the summertime, of video recording outdoors. So that was, my job is to take a choreographer's piece and really bring it to life. And that's what I enjoy the most. So I enjoy the videography, I do the direction, I do the costumes, and I do the choreography, placement of the dancers and things like that. So so this piece was very dear to us, and it was a lot of hard work. Every video takes a lot of hard work, and I'm very detail oriented. So for me, like every piece, is like every frame of the video should be like a picture almost. So I really enjoyed working on it, and it's definitely one that we love to show off.
Yeah, for all of us creators, the audience, for me, I've always been interested in the process and in behind the scenes. As a dancer, that final performance isn't it. It's really the building, the getting, the organizing, the learning, the challenge, dealing with things that aren't working. It's that entire process. And we all know that whatever the end result is, it didn't just happen by accident and we just threw stuff together. And the higher the production value, there's so much more that's layered into this. I have a question about that. Now that we find ourselves in this COVID, world, distancing, mask, how is your group and your organization dealing with this? How are you guys? Are you on furlough, hiatus? Maybe talk a little bit about that right now.
Yeah, absolutely. So, of course, COVID has hit all businesses, especially small businesses, pretty hard. And luckily, I am very confident in my tech skills. I am tech savvy, so I felt very strongly about switching we teach dance workshops in studio, but we immediately switched them to virtual. So as many as we could switch over, we went in end of March, we had all of our classes up virtually via Zoom. And that was a very big learning curve, not just setting it up, but getting the teachers on board, training them and going through all the glitches. And everybody knows, what I'm talking about if you've taught dance online. So I'm really thankful that I ripped the Band-Aid and did that early on, because clearly COVID's going to be here for a very long time. And we have to adapt. We have to create our new normal in dance instead of just sulking and being like, oh, this is over type of thing. So I'm trying my best to keep things alive, on virtual platforms. It is really hard. We did do a couple birthday parties and a couple of corporate events for people's events online, and that was really fun. And, people are still looking for ways to have celebrations regardless of COVID. And now in Seattle, things are, we're in a phase where we're allowed to have about 5 people, socially distanced and masked. And so we are starting to do some outdoor, very distant type of classes, which went really well so far. So we'll see. Trying to keep things safe, but also keeping people's spirits up is so important. And everyone's mental health is totally down. And I know for me personally, not having dance continuously in my life has really affected my mental health. So I know that for me, and physical health, I need this. I need to keep dance going no matter what, in some way or form.
Well, this is beautiful that you brought that up, because I'm a strong proponent of this. We're creatures. I agree with you. We're creatures that we're not designed to sit behind a desk. That's our body doesn't function if we're not moving. Our body doesn't function correctly. We're supposed to be moving, walking. And when you take the expressive element of dance or movement out of that, for those of us, that's who we are. This almost a death sentence is being forced to stay home and not move and not dance. So I'm glad we're all trying to find ways to keep things going. It's not easy to do these online classes. It's not just.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm actually also a physical therapist, so I've seen most of my patients that have come in with such neck and back and ergonomic issues going on that I'm helping them with. But clearly, people are more sedentary right now, and I think there just needs to be a mind switch. Like, okay, you can still go outside and run, or go outside and you can do a class outside if you want, and if you're stuck inside the house,
dance in the shower.
Dance in the shower, exactly. So I think there's ways to be creative. I think we just have to uplift each other and encourage each other to take those ways.
That's beautiful. Yes, together we need to support each other, and together we will get through this. You guys, if you want to find out more about Rangeela Dance Company, you can go to rangeeladancecompany.com, and you don't have to live in Seattle. You can be anywhere, I'm assuming, to see these online classes and participate. Again, support all of the artists that are on this festival, as well as artists in your community. And this is a group I highly recommend you guys do a little bit of research on and support. Priyanka, thank you so much. I wish you all the best.
Great. Thank you so much for having me.
Yes, send my love to your company. Ciao.
Sure.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Oh, you guys, so we have an amazing lineup. Again, trying to stay on schedule here. Next up is a dear friend of mine from New York, Trainor Dance Company. We're going to get to Caitlin really soon. But in the meantime, to keep us on schedule, please Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, your friends. Let them know that this festival is going on. We've got a lot of different things. You can go to our website, polarisdancetheater.org. Another problem with Robert. I would much rather dance naked than talk. So I just want to put that out there. But I'm talking now, and here we are. I want to show a little piece to fill some time. This is a piece that we created years ago, Polaris Dance Theater. It's a piece titled Ping. And it was a show based on spoken word. And the words in this particular piece was a short writing from Samuel Beckett. And what I loved about this piece was he wrote perfect sentences, paragraphs. This is all grammatically, is that good English? Grammatically correct. But there's so many meanings you could take away from this writing called Ping. And so this is our offering to Ping. And right after this, we're going to get with Trainor. Here we go, Ping.
all known, all light, bare white, body fixed 1 yard, legs joined like sewn, light heat, white floor 1 square yard never seen, white walls 1 yard by 2, white ceiling 1 square yard never seen, bare white, body fixed, only the eyes, only just. Traces, blurs, light gray, almost white on white, hands hanging, palms front, white feet, heels together, light heat, white palms, shining white, bare white, body fixed. Fixed elsewhere. Traces, blurs, signs, no meaning, light gray, almost white, legs joined like sewn heels together, right angle, traces alone, unovergiven, black light, gray, white on white, light heat, white walls, shining white, 1 yard by 2, bare white, body fixed, 1 yard. Fixed elsewhere. Traces, blurs, signs, no meaning. Light gray, almost white. White feet, toes joined like sewn, heels together, right ankle invisible. Eyes alone, unovergiven. Blue light, blue almost white. Murmur. Only just almost never 1 second, perhaps not alone. Given rose, only just barely white, body fixed 1 yard. White on white invisible. All white, all known, murmurs only just, almost never always the same, all known. Light heat, hands hanging, palms front, white on white invisible, bare white, body fixed. Fixed elsewhere. Only the eyes, only just light blue, almost white, fixed front. Murmur. Only just almost never 1 second, perhaps the way out. Head, haughty eyes, light blue, almost white, fixed front. Murmur. Silence. Eyes, holes, light blue, almost white, mouth white, seemed like sewn invisible. Murmur. Perhaps a nature, 1 second, almost that much memory, almost never. White walls, each its trace gray, blur signs, no meaning, light gray, almost white. Light heat, all known, all white plains, meeting invisible. Murmur. Only just, almost never, 1 second, perhaps a meaning, that much memory, almost never. White feet, toes joined like sewn heels together, right angle. Elsewhere, no sound. Hands hanging, palms front, legs joined like sewn. Head halt, eyes hold like blue, almost white, fixed front, silent within. Elsewhere, always there but that not known. Eyes, holes, light blue, alone uncovered, given, blue, light blue, almost white. Only color fixed front. All white, all known, white plain, shining white. Murmur, only just, almost never. 1 second, light time, that much memory, almost never. Bare white, body fixed 1 yard, ping. Fixed elsewhere, white on white. Invisible, heart, breathe, no sound. Only the eyes, given blue, light blue, almost white. Fixed front. Only color, alone uncovered. Planes meeting, invisible one. Only shining light, infinite, but that not known. Nose, ears, white holes, mouth white, seems like someone invisible. Murmurs. Only just, almost never, 1 second, always the same, all known. Given rose, only just bare white, body fixed, 1 yard, invisible, all known, without, within. Perhaps in nature, 1 second with image. Same time, a little less blue, and white in wind. White ceiling, shining white, 1 square yard, never seen. Perhaps a way out there, 1 second. Only just, almost never. 1 second, light time, blue and white in the wind. Head haughty, nose, ears, white whole mouth white, seems like sewn in invisible over. Only the eyes given blue fixed front. Light blue, almost white, only colored alone, unover. Light heat, white plains, shining white. One only shining white infinite, but that not known. Pain, a nature only just, almost never, 1 second with image. Same time, a little less blue and white in the wind. Traces, blurs, light gray eye holes, light blue, almost white, fixed front. Pain, meaning, only just, almost never. Pain, silence. They are white, 1 yard fixed. Pain. Fixed elsewhere, no sound. Legs joined like heels together, right angled. Hands hanging, palms front. Head haughty, eyes light blue, almost white. Fixed front, silent within. Pain. Elsewhere, always been there, but that not known one. Pain. Perhaps not alone, 1 second with image. Same time, a little less dim. Eyes black and white. Half closed, long lashes imploring that much memory, almost never. A far flash of time, all white, all over, all of old. Pain. White wall, shining white, no traces. Holes light blue, almost white. Last color. Pain. White over. Pain. Fixed last elsewhere. Legs joined like sewn heels together, right angle, hands hanging. Palms front, head hot eyes, white invisible fixed front over. Given rose only just 1 yard, invisible bare white, all known, within, without, over, white ceiling, never seen, pain. Of old, only just, almost never, 1 second, lifetime, white, slower, never seen, pain. Of old, perhaps there, old, just, perhaps a meaning. A nature, 1 second, almost never, blue and white in the wind, that much memory henceforth never, white plains, no trace, shining white, one only shining white, infinite but that known, all white, heart breathing, no sound, head hot, eyes mistress, black and white, having closed long lashes, imploring ping. Silence. Over.
Everybody, we're back again. Okay, I hope you enjoyed that offering. That was a fun, I missed all those dancers. We'll talk more about Polaris later. The next person up in today's festival is Trainor. And I want to just mention briefly about Caitlin before I introduce you to her. She's a friend of mine in New York, and I met her through a former student of mine. They were dancing together in a company. And we were going to do this show called Exposed, and the show was called Handpicked. And I told the dancers, this year I'm not going to pick the guest choreographers that you're going to work with. You guys are going to pick them. But here's the deal. I'm not going to tell you who they are. You're not going to know who they are. They're going to write a proposal to you, and you're going to pick them based on their idea that they want to create. And so the company unanimously picked Trainor. So she came all the way out from New York, and her husband. And they set this beautiful piece, and one day I hope to show you. It's on our YouTube site, Polaris Dance Theater. It's called Radio Talk, if you want to check it out. But right now, let's introduce Trainor, my dear friend. Hi.
Hi.
How are you?
To be here. I'm good. Thank you for having me.
Oh my God, it's so beautiful in New York. What? There's grass and trees in New York?
Actually, I ran away to my home state of Rhode Island for the time being.
Okay, well, you're excused. You're allowed to do that. Caitlin, I want to make sure we have time to look at all the wonderful work that you're doing in New York with Trainor Dance. You guys can find out information about Caitlin and her dance company, Trainor Dance. Is it .org or .com? I'm not looking at my paper.
.org.
Yeah, trainordance.org. Let's talk a little bit about what your background, what you're doing in New York, and then let's get into the first piece.
Sure. I grew up dancing to Cyndi Lauper on a boombox in my backyard and had a little bit of dance education at a wonderful local studio, but had never considered it as a career opportunity or possibility until I went to college and fell in love with modern dance, was exposed to it for the very first time, fell head over heels, and with not a thought of making a living in my mind, I kind of declared myself true blue and have not stopped since.
That is awesome. So you are also on staff at Bernard, right?
That's right. I teach at Barnard College, Columbia University. We will be virtual this fall, but I'm actually excited about my own growth and learning through this crisis, and so happy to get back to the studio when we can do so safely. But for the time being, enjoying the challenge of how we solve problems under the circumstances.
That's interesting you say that, because it is a challenge to try to find our way back and to keep our sanity and to be true to ourselves. I think there is no going, whatever normal was 5 or 6 months ago, there's no really true going back to that. So we really have to figure out, how do we move ahead and how do we go back to being us and to being, following this new journey that's kind of set in front of us. Yep. You also have a beautiful little child that I miss tons, and your husband, Doug. Let's talk, because I want to talk to you more, but I want to make sure we have time to see all of this stuff, and we'll get onto the nitty gritty of politics later. Let's talk about this first piece, The Stairs. You want to lead us in of where it came from, your ideas with it? Sure.
I've been grappling for years about the question of audience engagement in dance, and the stats on theater attendance have been continually going down since the digital revolution. And so just thinking about the value proposition and what it means to dance on a stage and concert dance and the crisis that our field was facing even before the pandemic, where maybe there will be a renewed interest in the live experience that we treasure so. But just thinking about taking it out of the concert space. And so I had been on my daily commute going up and down this beautiful staircase at Barnard College, which reminded me of an Escher drawing with its kind of intricate corners and multitude of angles and perspectives and the multiplicity of that. And the abstract and literal possibilities of what perspective means. And I think that has a lot of applications that we can think about. But anyway, so I planned this dance for the stairs and did a live performance that was 45 minutes and had regular folks like going through and doing their day as it was occurring, using the stairwell as it was intended to be used as a public space, as a utilitarian space, and also made it into a dance for film, which is the edit that we'll share with you today. The dance for film, the accompaniment, was a recording of sounds that I asked the dancers to improvise with, and we all made
awesome.
vocalizations and body rhythms on the stairs, and I edited them together. So the film is by Gus Reed, a phenomenal film artist and a multimedia artist in New York City. And the dancers, you'll see, they're fabulous, and enjoy.
Okay, let's get into it. Here it is, The Stairs. Okay, we're back again. Wow, Caitlin, that was beautiful. It also was kind of nice for me to see Bernard again that way. Let's talk about the next piece, verse.
Sure. Well, I met this young artist named DJ when I was teaching at Rosie's Theater Kids, an organization that brings dance, theater, and music to kids who might not otherwise have access for a variety of reasons. And this young artist came into my class with very little experience, and they seemed to have an intuitive artistic sense that was ages old through the ancestors. And we immediately clicked, and it was a true kind of mentoring and sharing. And so the piece is kind of a simple piece. The student at that time was 15 years old and selected a piece of music that they liked, and we created this little film together and enjoy.
Thank you. Here we go. Verse.
I'm still trying to figure out what my life's purpose is all about. You see, I know my past, but I doubt that it'll help me to get past what I've been through. This internal pain I feel makes me just want to dive into an ocean of forgiveness and swim until I can't feel my limbs, just so I can be sure that I'm far enough from the shore that I can't swim back even if I wanted to. And then, right when my muscles give in and the darkness of the ocean begins to suck me in, I want to extend my hands above the water as much as I can and hope that there's someone there to grab a hold of me, because you see, there's only so much you can do by yourself before you find that you gotta reach out for some help. As for me, well, I'm still searching. People say I'm ahead of my time, but I feel like I'm lagging behind. My mindset isn't set yet. My dreams and reality haven't met yet, so I feel like I'm losing. In this race against myself, it's got me choosing between two paths hidden amongst the aftermath of my past. I'm running as fast as I can, but then tell me, why do I still feel like I'm gonna end up dead last? Damn. Some nights I just lay on the grass and stare out into the distant universe, wondering, is my story even worth a verse? I mean, how many times do I have to rehearse before I finally get it right? The mere sight of my life as it flashes past, I fail to grasp the final objective. I'm subjected to darkness so many times, I feel like I've forgotten what the light looks like. But no matter what, I'll never stop searching. Because you see, the door to happiness is always open. You just gotta be open-minded. Keep your head high and keep going, and soon you'll find it.
Wow. So I have to say, this poem from Igor Orr is so relevant to what everyone's experiencing today. Do you want to say anything else about this work? I really love that short little...
Thank you.
Yeah, it's powerful.
I guess I think of it as a coming of age of sorts. I find it hard to talk about a lot of the ideas that I was thinking about, because the translation to words, it's like the voices are already everywhere. So I think, for me, it's just like from here and trying to continue working towards a better future and honoring that voice of the youth coming up and creating a world for them.
Yeah. And that really all you can do is, if it's really from here, it may be messy, it may not be totally appropriate or correct, but it's there, and that was powerful and beautiful. I love that piece. Also, I want to mention to our audience that's watching. So if you're watching on Facebook, you can ask questions of Caitlin Trainor Dance. And we will try to, Melissa Stevenson, one of the artistic directors here for Polaris Dance Theater and choreographers, she will answer some that she knows the questions to, but we're going to see if we have time, if Caitlin can get some of these questions herself. So if you want to ask away, if you don't get answered, blame me. Let's move on to the next piece, an offering that's called Paint. Tell us about this piece.
Sure. So this piece was, I feel like, these four pieces were created within a span of 5 years and represent a really big range of perspectives and experiences. And for me, that's what creativity allows, is an exploration. And again, this idea was about the question of audience engagement and fun. Like concert dance, we can be so serious and so contemplative, and we're always thinking and reading. And I just thought, gosh, what about doing something really messy? And so I did a few experiments leading up to this experiment with audience interactivity. And I applied for a grant through Lower Manhattan Cultural Council and received it. So there was a very long lead-in period to this piece. Now, what you're about to see is a version of a live event that was created for film, and therefore is set to different music and has a little bit different sequencing. But the live event was a game-based structure wherein at a white box gallery in Lower Manhattan, we loaded 36 squirt guns, super soakers with paint. And at the door, we handed out adult beverages, little booties, and like jackets, smocks, and we had goggles to wear to protect ourselves. And the tenet of the piece was that the game wouldn't be over until the squirt guns were empty. Now, I'm of a certain political sensibility, progressive-minded, and expected the audience to be thinking on the same kind of sensibility about the awareness of these dancers coming out wearing nothing but leotards. And I was astonished at actually how go for broke they were with these paint-loaded squirt guns. And this ended up, the event after this long lead-in occurred right after a horrible mass murder in Texas. And so I thought, there's going to be a sensitivity to what we're doing here, even if it's with paint, even if it's a game. And that was not the case. And people thought it was so fun. And I found it personally very disturbing. Now, I had just given birth to my daughter, and I am in this video, 5 months postpartum. And it was a really interesting experience with herd mentality, group mindset, games, fun. And, I guess you could really just think it's paint and look at it from there. But in this version of the film, you will see aestheticized version, because we couldn't compress the live experience into 5 minutes. So you may not see that here, but that event was what this film was based upon. And I'm sure you'll be able to sense and feel some of those themes running through it.
Wow, this would be a great psychological study, because, it's amazing as animals, the human being. Why do we think, if you handed them, real looking guns, would they still behave the same way as obviously it's a toy gun full of paint? Why do we say that's okay, but this probably wouldn't be okay because it's the same thing, but it looks different? And I've always fascinated, why is this okay, but that's not okay? And just where people's heads are. This is really beautiful. I didn't know that about this piece. I'm glad you shared that with us. Well, let's get sticky.
Another consideration about it is that the audience was so enthused in the structure that I had created, which was choreographed, but we had to abandon the choreography because there was so much pain.
Oh, wow.
Right away that we could not do the steps with any degree of safety. So we had to, the entire first 5 minutes was improvised. And so, we really felt this sense of almost panic, because when you plan an improvisation, it's very different than when the audience engages in a very different way. But, I had an announcement that came on 15 minutes into the piece saying you can go over to the table and pick up the squirt guns. Well, we were shot at before we even entered the stage or the space, the gallery. So it was very interesting.
Oh, wow.
But you'll see what it became. At least this version of it. And,
I'm so glad you shared this with us. Let's get sticky and wet. Here we go. Paint. Okay. Wow. Wow. I'm glad I knew that information. Yeah, that I have so many questions about that, but I'm worried we're going to run out of time. I'm just going to say, wow. You guys, let's go on to this last piece and make sure we don't run out of time. Caitlin, you want to talk about faux pas?
Sure. Faux pas was a joy. I felt, now this piece, when you see it, it's to Mozart. There are dancers doing steps with names like pirouette and batma and so on. And so on one level, it's very kind of traditional Western concert dance. But I felt in the context of where I've been working in New York City that this was radical to put dancers in a big silk skirt and make a kind of joyous dance. I'm a big believer that joy is the ultimate rebellion. And this piece was just revelry and musicality. And I had read a lot about Mozart and listened to, I love Mozart and the rhythms and the dynamism and the life of it. And I worked with this incredible costumer in New York named David Quinn.
I love the costumes.
I had this vision for these silk skirts, and he created the most glorious skirts. I mean, he's a true expert artist. And so they were the one, nonprofit dance company budget. You don't spend on anything. Like, you need underwear, you borrow it from your friend. And I was like, we need silk. We cannot have polyester. These must fly. And they would be, I had this vision for them becoming capes and cloaks and warrior pants and skirts. And we used them many different ways in the long version of the piece, which, Robert, I think you've seen back in 2014 when it premiered. But this was an 8-minute finale of the piece that we shared at Jacob's Pillow in 2015 with just a glorious cast. And I thought it might revive the spirit at this challenging time and hopefully bring us to a place where we remember and can return to dance, pure dance for the sake of dancing.
Beautiful. I'm really glad that this was on Jacob's Pillow's stage because, not all pieces really render themselves, to that outdoor stage, with their original intent. But I think this works really well in that outdoor setting. So let's run this right now. Here we go. Faux pas. Hey everybody, welcome back. So I can't think of a more perfect piece to put at Jacob's Pillow, out with the trees and that beautiful outside setting there. You guys, if you want to find out more about Trainor Dance, go to trainordance.org. Caitlin Trainor, I miss you. Hug Your Husband, and Your Cute Mini-Me. You guys, next up, I want to invite the next artist, Soomi Kim. And Soomi Kim also is a very, very dear friend of mine. We won't go into that, will we, Soomi? But she's also currently a New Yorker, dealing with the pandemic over in New York. But Soomi, you weren't always a New Yorker, were you? Setting there.
I'm hearing some feedback.
You guys, if you want to find out more, we are getting some feedback. Go to trainordance.org, Caitlin Trainor. I miss you.
She's got her computer on.
Cute Mini-Me. Oh, turn your volume down.
I gotta take the volume is okay. There we go. Sorry.
That's okay. This is the new normal.
Hi everyone.
Hi, honey. So we were talking about tell us a little bit about your background, where you came from.
I actually grew up in Oregon, and I been living in New York City for many years, since the 90s. I am a theater maker, theater artist, deviser, collaborator, dancer, mover, creator, teacher, all those things, all those hyphens.
Yep.
Mostly, like the piece that you're going to see today is actually kind of like that, the line between dance and theater. And it was a piece that was developed in 2014, actually, through an artist in residency with Mabu Minds, like one of the pioneering avant-garde theaters in New York City. I was an artist in residence then, and I just came up with with an idea to weave a bunch of recordings together that were kind of, I guess, circulating amongst musicians. My boyfriend is a musician, and so there are all these funny recordings with Art Garfunkel in the studio, kind of loving the sound of his own voice and talking about his process. And I kind of dove into the relationship between Paul Simon and Art Garfunkel, and then also heard some recordings with J-Lo trying to record a song in the studio, and she's kind of going out of tune. And it's just all these funky, this funny spot with Barry White trying to record a commercial. The kind of,
so these are all pirated bootleg recordings that they probably didn't know the mic was on.
Probably, yes. I mean, somehow they were recorded and like made available through different, sources. And they're kind of circulating around. I think that you can find some of them online still. And I kind of wanted to explore what that world was like, the celebrity madness and the kind of infallible kind of world they live in. And that's why it's called Testing. There's a little bit of like a John and Yoko theme splashed in there too. It features another incredible dancer. I'm not saying I'm also an incredible dancer. He's way better than me. In fact, yeah, anyway, his name is Mark Taylor. He's really funny in this. And it was interesting because I was watching all the other pieces, Robert, and my piece is like runs for 19 minutes straight. So I hope your audience will stick with it. And I also have to just say that there is a segment in it where the video quality is different because I had to kind of edit a few different recordings. So
yeah.
Please forgive me.
Well, first I want to address the statement you said about you not being a credible dancer. What I'd like to say is that you and I met dancing together. And you're one of my favorite dance partners of all the. I have a handful, and you're one of them. And I think you're a beautiful dancer. You were a joy to work with back in the day. We won't go back there, but anyway, yeah, I think we should get into the video. And I want everyone to know, because we're getting some questions on the question thing, that everyone, Soomi Kim right now is in New York. I'm in Portland, Oregon. We are social distancing. All the performances you're seeing today are not live. Some people are asking if this is live. The only thing is live is the noise coming out of my face and Soomi. But all these are recordings. And I think this is kind of interesting because we get to share things that have happened in the past. So it's kind of a retrospective or representation of each artist's journey. Because as we continue to do this and as we continue to create, you're basically seeing our process, our journey as an artist, as a creator, and where we're going, where we've been, little doors we've cracked open, and then decided not to follow any further in. And Soomi has done that. Soomi is a musician, she's an acrobat, she's a dancer, she's a theater person. So she's really playing with all these different elements, and you're basically witnessing a past journey that Soomi is sharing with us. Should we get on with it?
Sure.
Okay, so you guys, if you have questions about this work or Soomi, please put them up there, and hopefully we'll have time before this 30-minute segment is over with. Soomi, I miss you.
Miss you too.
Hug your boyfriend, and let's get on with this beautiful piece. I can't wait to share this. Here we go.
To Clemente Sotelo for hosting our showing this year. So, Soomi Kim and Martin Taylor, testing.
Formerly of Simon and Garfunkel. I'm here in the studio to talk about something that's very important to me. You know, a lot of people feel that when an important recording group such as... Yeah.
Interruption there. It's not quite serious sounding enough. Try to make it a little bit more, grave.
Okay. This is Arthur Garfunkel, once of Simon and Garfunkel. One of the things that's disturbed me through the years has been people's reaction to the breakup of Simon and Garfunkel.
Try and play a little bit more, emphasize the word disturbed.
One of the things that has disturbed me through the years has been people's reaction to the breakup of Simon and Garfunkel. You know, a lot of people have taken it as a comic event and have not realized that only with deep, real feelings of separate commitment can such a breakup actually take place. Only by two separate individuals pursuing their own individual paths and following what to they is the God of their own choice can two people who were once so close end up.
Art, try and work it in how we're doing a major college tour this fall.
Who were once so close, follow two paths which are so divergent, whereby I, for example, record material that I feel expresses my soul, and you, Paul, who are doing a major college tour this fall.
Join me on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, May 8th, 9th, and 10th for our first fucking thing. I'm kind of fucking stop, Tony. Hi, this is Barry White, and Paul Quinn College cordially invite you to a weekend in Texas on Friday, Saturday, remote time. Saturday and Sunday. Shit. Hi, this is Barry White, and Paul Quinn College invites you to a weekend in Texas on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, May 8th, 9th, and 10th. Shit. Hi, this is Barry White, and Paul Quinn College cordially invites you to a weekend in Waco, Texas, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, May 8th, 9th, and 10th. This gala weekend will include offering celebrities to reception on Friday. Let's take it after the 8th, 9th, and 10th. Okay? Do it. Love it. Hi, this is Barry White, and Paul Quinn College cordially invites you to a beautiful weekend in Waco, Texas on Friday. This asshole fucked these words up, man. I mean, he got words that he don't even need. Hi, this is Barry White, and Paul Quinn College cordially invites you to a beautiful weekend in Waco, Texas. Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, May 8th, 9th, and 10th. This Halloween weekend will include the welcoming celebrity reception on Friday, the first, second, and third round of the tennis tournament, the Barry White concert with the tour, and the post-concert reception on Saturday, and the championship semi-final. Fuck this shit, man. I'm gonna leave, cut this shit off. Alright, fuck this. I'm gonna take it up to, the orchestra. That's why I'm gonna stop that. So get your freaking master. Hi, this is Barry White, and Paul Quinn College in cordially invites your ass to come on down. Hi, this is Barry White, and Paul Quinn College cordially invites you to a beautiful weekend on Friday, Saturday, all right.
been chased away somehow. Somehow something wonderful was lurking behind all of the pausing and the techno realities of our job. That is a classic case of whatever was fertile about the song, which I was connected with about an hour and a half ago, has grabbed me back and I can't find.
Something like starting from the beginning feels like the right thing to do because it seems to be tremendously respected. What does the singer feel like singing? Where, since he knows his own chops, will he be pacing most natural? And then the rest is for you to say, I see the direction, but let me try something now. Take direction, because I would think comes this fabulous thing called what comes natural, which is really to be respected.
Sing it and we'll match up against what you're saying. Well, it almost causes having a great but not a giant one, and just a shaky down. What we're doing, going back to the beginning. I don't feel it. Distaste for the song is what I feel. You know, in order to assess what we just did, my only sense of this question is, what do we need? What do we want? We now have a hunk of this tape that establishes the groove of the song to play for players when we cut the tape. And we have, the way I sang the opening is a good interpretation. It's very close to light and easy. It's not pushed at all, but it's a good way to record me as one-line sounds. And I think it worked good on that tape, and that's a good frame of reference as a vocal. I completely agree. Let's move on. Okay. When you're weary. No, I hear it as a chordal thing, which is the foundation of the song. It shouldn't do what the chords say, so it's a fundamental change of song. Here you want to find earthbound. Those chords create feelings. I'll try them.
inspired moment. I definitely want to keep that and punch after it. Smooth it in. It's not a bad note. It's just a thing that I decided in later to say. You're not the very thing I love about it. Please let me erase the thing you love. Well, my answer is please let me keep the thing I love. So where do I have to have I don't really want to get into a second version that's like sock. Nor do I want to be on the one beat, the downbeat. It has to be natural, and yet I don't want to forget that there's a wonderful love in all of the track. Backbeat. So I want to groove with the backbeat. However, I don't want to oversell or force anything. I don't want to be Sinatra. The billionaire orchestra sitting on the one piece. It's old-fashioned. Dee-da, dee-da-da. So my job is to take the lyric in 1992 about being in a saying this story. I have my own natural rock sensibilities. Syncopated where I place things and pick our best. We've had some almosts. We can only second guess this stuff. What Randy and I were, and I'm sure you were finding is the original, there's fabulous shit going on. Let's go after it. And then it makes you want to. Wasn't that the one? Yeah. Said I many times. Right away, those haunting minor chord strings were really lovely and autumnal. See where I now push ahead and syncopate off of that, little pushes on the early side, as long as it's really light and perfectly metronomic. I'd like to go a little windier and speedier, as in half-spoken. Let's move ahead more light-footedly. It was working for the lyric, the intimate sound to make sure that the story is told, trying to show that if you're educated, you can be an actor and make all the words count. So less is more. But do you think the song is strong enough? I could second guess the whole tune at this point if you wanted. In my own parts, I don't know if it's a bit of a downer after all, like you originally felt.
Okay.
Oh, we have the wrong person.
Hi, everybody. Technical. So we're going to get to Sitara soon, but we're still talking with Soomi. Soomi, that was awesome. There you are. Hi, hon. So you were talking about, I'm sorry, my brain just went dead.
It's okay.
Yoko Ono.
Yeah. Oh, I was trying to tie it all in and, doing research about John and Yoko and watching the videos of them laying in bed doing like the bed-ins as a form of protest and listening to their crazy recordings. Yeah.
Well, thank you for this offering. I love this work. We have, I need to put my glasses on. We have just a few more minutes. how are you doing in New York during the pandemic? I know you and I talked offline about this, but anything you want to share about what's going on with New York, COVID, dance, you?
Yeah, well, as Caitlin was saying, and I'm sorry, I think that the dancer before that was talking about how people sort of switched onto online. I mean, the thing that's hard is that you can't go in and, rent studio space. Studios are not open, but I found a lot of really amazing resources online to be able to take like Gaga classes, from Israel, and I know the time difference is all crazy, but like to be able to take advantage of being at home and trying out a bunch of different styles of dance has been really fun for me. COVID has gotten a little bit more under control, as you know, in New York, but we're just, everybody's crossing their fingers that the numbers don't go up again, because
oh my God,
they've been fluctuating everywhere.
Yeah.
And we just heard that New Jersey's going up, and New Jersey's so close to us. And, some of the larger facilities like Chelsea Piers, where I coach gymnastics, just opened up a couple of weeks ago. So we've been trying to make sure that all of the, that all the kids are safe, and that we're following protocol and wearing masks all the time. And, a bunch of restaurants have moved outdoors. So I'm just afraid that people will loosen up. I hope that people stay kind of like focused and diligent so that we can actually like overcome this time.
Wear your mask, social distance. You're right, because a lot of what we do, actors, musicians, dancers, we, as a nonprofit, we get donations, and we definitely need those, and grants and foundation support. But we really need that audience participation. I mean, if you have a school, you need that revenue to really help keep your building open and lights on. And we can't, survive much longer in this current predicament, in any of the arts or art forms. So I wish you the best. I want to give you a virtual hug. I owe you a big hug, because I also want to acknowledge that not only are you dealing with COVID, but your father also just recently passed away. So
thank you. Thank you.
You guys, let's give a big hand.
That's amazing. Yes?
Let's give a big hand to for Soomi Kim from New York City. Thank you, Soomi. The next person that I'd like to bring on stage is Sitara. Sitara Loans. Hey, Sitara, how are you? Oh, I think you have your mute mic on. Hi, Sitara. You need to turn on your microphone. I think you've...
Amazing. Yes.
There we are.
Sorry, I'm listening to the interview.
Well, welcome, Sitara. I'm so glad we can get things worked out and talk to you and talk a little bit about dance inspired. I'd like to start off with a little bit. Let's just talk about your background, and where you studied or trained.
I'm in my youth, I trained in ballet for about 7 or 8 years, and then I began classical Indian dance training called Kathak, and that's been my main technical training and sort of the center of my understanding of dance as a structured, formal entity. Mm-hmm.
And you live here in Portland, is that correct?
I do. I live in Portland. I'm originally from Afghanistan, but we moved to Portland from California. So I grew up in New York and California, but we've been in Portland about 6 years.
Awesome. And how are you doing with this whole COVID stay-at-home issues, and as it pertains to your life as an artist?
It's difficult because from my relationship with dance is both a personal one, but it also is my way of connecting with people. And so not being able to move with other people, to receive other people's teaching, or to perform for people, or to teach myself, that's been the hardest part. I love that we have this explosion of distance and online classes and access to amazing artists. And I try my best to tap into that, but there's just something missing for me personally in that technological experience. But I have to say, I think I'm also looking forward to what dance is going to look like after we've all had this experience.
Yeah, we're definitely on a new adventure, a new whatever that may be. But I definitely understand what you're saying. You know, a lot of us don't have studios. Most of us don't have studios in our homes. And yes, you can push the couch over in the dining room table and make a little area. But it's not the same to actually have a room that's designed for movement, where you can explore the ranges of your lines and the breadth of the space. You know, that's not to say that there's other forms of movement that are specifically designed for very small quarters, and we won't get into some of the history of some dance styles that were very curtailed to confined spaces, and that's their background in history. And I'm wondering if we will almost be forced to discover a new stifled form because we're in this, you know, dancing in our bathrooms or bedrooms or small dining rooms, if there's going to be a new format of movement based on, you know, this confinement. Let's get into this piece. So we've got a piece here that we want to show viewers. Can you talk a little bit about first the name, where it came from, and a little bit of the history of this offering?
You know, this is sort of a personal offering. I love music, and it inspires much of my dance. And the song that this is based on is a ghazal song. It's a style of music from Pakistan and India and Afghanistan also, and other Indian subcontinent countries, where it's based on an Urdu language poem, often in the Sufi theme of dedicated to the divine passion or love, but translated into more earthly human love. And so this song is about the awakening of spring and how that would mean the coming of the beloved, the arrival and the knowledge of the beloved. And then it also incorporates a wonderful instrumental percussion piece that I've loved since childhood. And I've always fantasized what I would look like dancing to that. And so with my Kathak training and having had training in Afro-Brazilian dance, I had the honor of Danda de Ora lovingly create the Afro-Brazilian choreography for this dance for me. So it was an honor to be able to express my love for both the music, the theme, and the movement.
So where did you get your Afro training, your Afro-Brazilian training? Was that locally or?
Well, it started in San Francisco when I was living there. I chanced upon a class with a wonderful teacher named Conceição. She's a leader in the community, and I fell in love with it. It's just these two Kathak and Brazilian dances. They both just grabbed my heart in the same place, interestingly. And then when I moved to Santa Cruz again, I continued with a dancer, a teacher named Marcia. And here in Portland with Donna Ofinger, that's been wonderful. Awesome. And Jamie Minkus has also been a wonderful guide in teaching me more detailed movements about Orisha.
I'm glad you mentioned that, because, you know, we're all products of little seeds planted, you know, in our experience, our journey, our teachers, and we kind of manifest our experiences of our journey. You know, one of my, well, actually Melissa Stevenson, who's here answering questions, and we'll talk to her soon. Her and I both studied at Ailey, but she was there at a different time than I was, and our experience were different, but the same. And it's really great, me having the ability to work with her and hear her experiences and who she worked with there, because even though it was at the same facility, we had different teachers and different classes, completely different times, but the seeds and influence were planted, and we've carried those on with other seeds and other waterings from other teachers. So I'm really glad you shared that. Should we get into the performance? Sure. Okay, this is Let the Flowers Be Filled with Color from Sitara Loans. Thank you.
Thank you.
बस उदास है यारो सबस कुछ तो कहो कहीं तो बहरे खुदा आज जिक्र यार चले चले भी आके गुलशन का कारोबार चले गुलों में रंग भरे बादलों बहार चले।
Okay. Hey, everybody. Welcome back. Listen, if you have any questions, feel free to put them in the comment box on the Facebook page. Sitara, thank you for that. Let's talk a little bit about where this was recorded and what's going on here in this performance.
This was at the Jambala Northwest Festival, which happens every summer, unfortunately. On the 10th anniversary of the festival, we are in this situation. But Jambala is created and manifested by the wonderful Elise Morris and a team of volunteers. I'm very honored to be supporting the festival too. It actually was, when I moved to Portland, I hadn't been dancing in 15 years. And it was the place where I was able to literally get off the couch, put on my gungurus, my dance bells, and just put myself out there. And the festival was so welcoming. It's technically a Middle Eastern and fusion dance festival, but it allows for room for all kinds of expression, diversity, and appropriate fusion. So that's been a regular place for me to express myself and be creative.
Beautiful. Can we find out information about this festival? Is there a
If you go to Jambala Northwest website, just JAMBALLAH.
Awesome.
.com, and it'll give you all the information. We don't have plans yet of how this festival is going to look until next year, but at least we'll be happy to answer those questions.
I look forward. I'm hoping that we all find a way to survive, this certain situation that we're going through as artists and creators and dancers, no matter how you fit into that storyline. But yes, we definitely need to remember, and especially, what I find as a Portlander myself is that, people think a lot about, the big dance companies, organizations that are here, and the ballet, the modern, but there is a huge community of East Indian dance as well as Highland dance. Portland rivals New York City for flamenco and swing dance. A little Portland rivals New York City for flamenco and swing dance. And it astonishes me always. Typically when we do this festival, we invite over 160 groups locally to this festival. And for various reasons, some can participate and some can't, because August is an awkward time for their organizations. But I am so thankful that we have such a diverse community, and this is a time when we really need to figure out ways to come together, support each other, and figure out a way to share resources and keep our stories and our form of movement moving forward. It was a pleasure meeting you and chatting with you, Sitara. Is there anything else you'd like to share with us?
Oh, I just want to, as artists, I think we feel the pinch and the pain, but we also are lovers of dance. And I think there are ways that we can pivot our love for dance in these circumstances, so that, if we can't necessarily share ourselves as artists, there are other ways that we could promote and create and give dance to the community and share it between others. It can be a very healing form of expression and community connectedness. So for me, my pivot has been just to continue to support the organizations and the individuals that bring me joy through their dance, even if mine doesn't have space right now. And I think that we could all do more of that. I'm trying to do more of that. And I think that's how we can survive as an artist community, is by supporting each other.
Yeah, I think you're right. We need to find a way to keep our hope and our passions alive in this hopeless time. And of course, by donating to the various arts organizations here in Portland, giving your time to help support them, or just calling them up and asking them, hey, I love what you're doing. Can I help you with something? Can I give something to keep you alive? I think that's really important for all the arts and art makers here in Portland. Sitara, thank you very much.
Thank you, Robert.
You have a beautiful day, and I want to see and hear more from you in the future.
I hope so. Thanks.
Great. Thank you. Well, you guys, we were going to keep everything going here. Again, if you guys would like to donate There's a link on the Facebook page that you can donate to Galaxy Dance Festival. And we're hoping to raise roughly $3,000 to help pay for some of the costs involved in this festival. But you know, typically when we do this outdoors at Galaxy Dance Festival and Directors Park, downtown Portland, you know, we have other costs to deal with. And I have to say that it's a little cheaper to do it online, but it's not the same to experience, you know, each other right in front of each other, face to face with each other. So please, if you can, and if you feel the urge, please donate. We're going to take all the proceeds from this and share it with all the participants today in today's festival. Also, Brian, I think I want to do something different. I think I want to get queued up pas de deux. Our talking with Sitara about our teachers and the people that have influenced us in our journey. I want to show a dance made for film, and it features a dear friend of mine, William Spencer, Bill Spencer. Bill has danced all over the United States, but in the last 25 years, he's been in Europe, Germany, Italy, Spain, Sweden, Greece, Russia, and he's well known in Europe. I've been to Europe a couple times and visiting Bill, and we take a train ride from Italy to Germany. We get off the train, and the minute we step off the train, people, Bill, will come running up to us, and I'm like, who are these people? I'm like, oh, Bill, you're my teacher. Or, Bill, do you remember me? And then we're in Italy, or no matter where we're at. Bill is a dear, dear friend of mine. About 3 years ago, he suffered a stroke and is now confined to a wheelchair. But he has influenced so many artists and has friends all over the world. While he was in Portland, he and I did this made-for-film dance I'd like to share with you now. And let's do a duet. Hey everybody, welcome back. So our live streaming video, my thoughts go out with my friend William Spencer. Because, once we're a dancer, it's not what we do. I think if you ask any dancer, so what do you do? I think they might reply, you mean who am I? Because I'm a dancer. That's who I am. That's not what I do. We have a little bit of time before I'm going to introduce my next friend, amazing drummer and dancer, Sekou. And I'm going to work on a little technical thing here. This is a short piece called a duet that'll help fill up some time. I forget when this was done, here we go, a duet.
In every town and village, in every city square, in crowded places, I searched the faces, hoping to find someone to care. I read mysterious meanings in the distant stars. Then I went to schoolrooms and pool rooms and half-lighted cocktail bars, braving dangers, going with strangers. I don't even remember their names. I was quick and breezy and always easy, playing romantic games. I wined and dined 1,000 exotic Jones and James, in dusty dance halls, at debutante balls, on lonely country lanes. I fell in love forever, twice every year or so. I wooed them sweetly, was theirs completely, but they always let me go, saying, goodbye now, no need to try now. You don't have the proper charms, too sentimental and much too gentle. I don't tremble in your arms. Then you rose into my life like a promised sunrise, brightening my days with the light in your eyes. I've never been so strong. Now I'm where I belong.
Hey everybody, we're back again. Again, thank you for everyone who's watching. This is a whole new format for us, the Galaxy Dance Festival. Normally our festival is the first weekend in August, and it's typically 3 or 4 days long. And we invite all styles, it's unadjudicated, styles of dance and movement and disciplines. And it's the highlight, personally for me, it's the highlight because, each of us, directors, artists, dancers, we kind of go like this. We're focusing on our thing and making ourselves stronger and growing on our journey and focused on what we're doing in our little chicken box that I don't personally get out see as much as I'd love to see or explore as much as I would like to explore. And this festival is the one opportunity I feel I get, and I hope the community gets, that we get to explore other voices, other ways of doing things, other ways of being. And more than ever, this is the time when we really need to understand and celebrate what really diversity is. I'm going to be showing a piece later today that I wanted to address that kind of issue because as a young person, I'm going to show you a personal story of mine. As a young person, I would, as a little kid, I would go into somebody else's house and I'd go use a restroom because I'm a little kid, and I would notice that they had the toilet paper wrong. And it was coming out of the roll. I don't even remember now if it was top or bottom. And I was like, oh, they got this all wrong. So while I'm there, I would switch the toilet paper around because I'm helping them. They haven't figured this out. And I had to have been 4 or 5. I'm a little kid, and I'm telling someone else how they should have their toilet paper come off. And what's sad is that a lot of our human existence has been that. We're going to go over there and give these savages, Christianity, or we're going to show them blue jeans, and we're going to teach them, civilization. They'll learn the English language. And, if you've had the privilege to travel the world, you realize that there is a lot of ways to eat food. You don't need a fork. In fact, sometimes sticks work perfect for the food you're eating, or sometimes your hands. There's a lot of different ways to worship. There's a lot of different ways to communicate. There's a lot of different ways to love, and there's a lot of different ways of expressing through movement and sound. And in this time, I think we really need to understand that diversity is important, and that diversity means listening sometimes and letting other ways and other voices have the table, have the pedestal, and that's okay. That's a different way of doing it. It's not wrong, it's not right, it's not better, it's not worse. It's another way. And with that, I'd like to introduce our next guest, Sekou, to the show. Sekou is a Portland resident, amazing drummer, amazing dancer and artist. I've had the privilege of knowing him and working with him in the past. Sekou, welcome.
Right.
Yay!
Thank you for having me. All hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. You're beautiful.
Okay. Great. Thank you.
So Sekou, let's talk. Let's for the proper introduction, let's talk a little bit about you and how you got into drumming and dancing. Your background.
Okay. First of all, my name is Derrell Sekou Suma Walker. Born and raised here in Portland, Oregon. Went to all the schools here in Portland. Graduated from Lincoln High School, and I got into drum and dance in 1998. It's a cool story. I was actually working at Matt Dishman Community Center, and as a personal trainer. I'd been an athlete before. Tried a little stint of trying to play baseball professionally. It didn't work out. And ran track professionally with the Nike team in Portland for a little bit. So in 1998, I was working as a trainer at Portland Parks and Rec, Matt Dishman Community Center in particular, and I had my little infant daughter at the time. She's 22 now, and I was taking her to the back to go do a diaper change, and I hear just drums and music coming from the auditorium. So I peeked my head in, and I recognized, you guys might remember Mr. Bruce Smith and Katone Lyles, and they're in there teaching a West African dance class. So there's students just dancing across the floor. They're over there drumming. There's a couple other people assisting drumming, but all I could recognize was Bruce and Katone, because growing up as a kid, they did a lot of artists and residencies throughout the schools in Portland. Like I went to Vernon, Chief Joseph, West Sylvan, and so I had always seen them come to my school and perform an assembly with their group and everything. So I knew who they were in the community. And I stepped in, had my little daughter in the carrier, and Mr. Smith comes over and he asked me, he's like, hey, how you doing, whatever, are you coming to watch the class or whatever? I was like, no, I just heard you guys drumming in here, so I'm just checking it out. And he invited me to come try the class out the following week, and that was it. I tried the class out, and that's how I got into it. Never missed a class, and just kept it going.
And here you're
20-something years later.
Wow, that's beautiful. I'm glad you mentioned those names, because as a former Jefferson dancer, I worked with Bruce and Katone and Israel, who were drumming for a lot of the classes. And I loved learning about the different styles and rhythms of African movement. And it was back then, it was mandatory that to be a Jefferson dancer, you had to take several different forms. You had to do African dance, you had to do a tap class, you had to have ballet, you had to do modern, you had to do jazz. And after those 5 classes, mandatory, then you could do whatever you want to, but you had to take all of those classes, because to be a Jefferson dancer, we might perform any one of those styles. So you've been,
I had no experience dancing. I mean, I knew how to dance, and had good rhythm, things like that, but never any training or dancing with a group or anything like that. Yeah.
So do you think dancing came first and then drumming?
Dancing first, then drumming. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
So the drumming happened in 2000. Well, you know, so to back up a little bit, 98 I started taking the classes, and then it was like around October. See, I remember this really well. And by December, Bruce had invited me to join a piece that they were going to do in a show February of that next year, 99. And so I started training and going to the rehearsals with the Northwest African American Ballet Company. And so that's how I got in and performed with them from that time on. And in 2000, I took my first drum class. I've always tried to dabble in it a little bit, like at rehearsal, you know, I was always pay attention to what Mr. Ano was playing, or Catone, or Bruce. And, you know, I just try stuff out or things like that, but never owned an instrument or anything like that. But 2000, around September of 2000, I got my first drum, and then I was able to attend a workshop put on by African rhythm traders at the time. Now they're just called rhythm traders. But they had brought Mamadi Keita and Mustafa Bangura to Portland. So Mustafa Bangura was going to teach the dance, and Mamadi Keita, of course, would teach the djembe lessons. And that was my first like official sit down, you know, taking a djembe class. But like I said, I was just picking it up a little bit already, just being in the company. Yeah.
Yeah. So, you know, let's you know, as a drummer, I wanted to talk a little bit with you about, you know, the complexity and the layers of what you would call rhythms. You know, a lot of people, when they listen to African drumming, they think, oh, those are cool rhythms, but it's really a language. It's really, when they say talking drums, they literally mean talking drums. And I know for myself, when I first started into African dance classes, I was naive and I thought the same thing. These are really cool rhythm. And I grew up, my dad was a drummer. And my dad played in jazz bands, and he played kungas and timbales as well as a trap set. And I really didn't pay attention because, you know, that was my dad, and he was a drummer, and that was cool, Dad. Yeah, okay, right, whatever. But when I actually got into African dance, I was like, oh wow, this isn't a rhythm. I have to listen. You can't just count and then go, okay, boom, I come in on this count. No, you have to listen because they're telling you what to do and when it happened. Let's talk a little bit about that.
So conversation, in particular, the music that I study and I partake in, Manding music. This comes from Guinea, Mali, Ivory Coast, parts of Senegal, that whole Western cluster, Burkina Faso. Am I leaving anything out? Yeah, but the Manding music is very complex, and like you said, it is a language. And so, like, the creation of the rhythms are real unique. Back a long time ago, you know, you'd have the women who play such a major role in the culture of the Manding and many other ethnic groups as well in West Africa, all over Africa. You know, they start by singing songs and clapping out rhythms with their hands. So you have different women singing and clapping same times, and the musicians would pick up on you know, the variations and the complexities of like the music that they're creating just with their hands, and that's how rhythms were built. Okay, and they were structured that way. And then with Manding music, it's really popular right now that you will see all three of the instruments called the dunun. Okay, you have the dunun ba, which is the large one, and the ending of that ba refers to something large. And then you have a sangban. Sangban is like the medium-sized drum, but it's actually the most important because this drum is always different, always has a different part, and it tells you what rhythm you're playing. And then you have a little drum called the kenken or the kenkeni, all right? And that's sort of like a timekeeper. It kind of holds everything together, makes everything sweeter in the music. And then you have the djembe. The djembe accompanies that. The rhythm is in the dunums, the first three drums that I just described. The djembe accompanies that, okay? Where the djembe becomes really, really important is when a soloist is playing for dancers, or a soloist is leading the music by playing signals that cause the dunums and the accompanying parts to trigger a breakdown, or to trigger a change in the music, or to speed up, okay? So a lot of, but what's funny is that the djembe gets all the shine, okay? The soloists, the people playing the hand drums. So that's a lot of where people focus, because they're really loud, you know, they're played on goat skin. So if you have really clean technique and hands, your sound can pierce through like anything. Like it's a really loud sound. And so the djembe gets a lot of the shine, but only the soloist is the one leading everything. But the music and the essence and the beauty of all the rhythms are inside of the dunum, those three stick drum instruments that I described. And so that's where your rhythm is. And then the rest accompanies that rhythm. Okay? So like me as a teacher, if I'm left without a djembe player, I'm okay if I have the dunum. Like if I can have the dunum playing, that's the music for me.
Yeah.
So I hope that makes sense.
Well, you know, we're about to actually witness what you're describing, and let's talk a little bit about this piece, and maybe you can describe, because I don't think everybody understands, you know, the difference between those drums and what they look like. So maybe describe, as we see this piece, the difference between a djembe and some of the other drums, and then let's describe this piece that we're about to see.
Okay, so the piece you're going to see, the rhythm and dance is called Yamama. Yamama comes from Guinea, West Africa, and it's from a small village on the coast of Guinea, in the border, like on the coast near the border of Sierra Leone and Guinea, called Samoun. And this is a mask rhythm, and this mask is brought out during special festivity times, equivalent to like carnival season. You know, the Mardi Gras and all the carnival things, events in the Caribbean, where the different masquerades and personalities come out. So this is what Yamama is intended for. And we had the opportunity to perform at the Black History Month event at the Portland Trailblazers halftime. And so we took our group,
pre-COVID,
Sébé Khan, over there, and that's what you're gonna see. So to piggyback off of the relationship with the music and the language and everything, you'll see most of the djembe players, we're standing, everybody's standing, but we have our drums strapped up on us and we're playing the hand drums. So me as a soloist, you'll hear me playing signals that cause the music to start. We trigger breakdowns, we bring in the dancers, we change their movements. All of that is communication from me to the dancers and to the musicians, because we did incorporate a nice breakdown inside of this actual piece. So this time we didn't just play straight through, like we did a nice breakdown. So you'll hear that in my solo. Right?
And the other thing we should bring out is that, you know, as a drummer, as you're calling as you're calling, you are in some essence also a choreographer, because you're telling. Yeah, because the dancers have to listen to you, because you're telling them when and what's coming next.
Mm-hmm.
And so
that's important. Me knowing where they are in the choreography, what I've given them to do in the choreography, and knowing when to change them, because there are some movements that I'll just hold them until I feel it's a good number. And there's some movements I need to hold them until they've moved and, you know, juggled themselves around in the choreography to be in the right spots. So there is an element of counting inside of this art form, but sometimes we need to hold for particular reasons. And it's a thin line. It's like, okay, how long do I hold them before they're gassed? Or how fast are they going to move to get to their spots? And do I play this in 4? Or do I give them 6? Or do I give them 8? And then sometimes your music phrase is longer, so you can't play the signal until you get to the end of the phrase. And if you let that go too long, then the dancers are really going to be tired because they're waiting for the signal, but you can't play the signal until it fits right inside of the music phrase. So, yeah, it's very complex.
Very complex, and everybody really needs to keep their brains on. I choreographed a couple of times where I created a piece in the moment, and it's very simple. I think for Western style, contemporary modern movement, for me that's really easy to do. But what you guys do, you do that all the time. You're creating in the moment, and it's not an easy feat to give and to be and to do what you guys do. So let's witness this and experience this. You guys, here's Sébé Khan, my friend Derrell Sekou, and his dance group and dancers. Here we go.
fans, have a round of applause for the Sébé Khan Drum and Dance Group.
Okay, that was awesome. We got to see the drums and see some of the complicated rhythms. Sekou, do you want to share anything else about what we just saw?
I can't see you.
Oh, that's okay. We can see you.
I can hear you. Okay, you can see me.
We're on. Yep.
Yeah, it was a pleasure to give them that piece. I had never taught that to any children as far as for performing. I mean, I've messed around a little bit in dance class with the rhythm, but in actual choreography. And yeah, my confidence in my kids inside of my group is the utmost high. Like, I sometimes they're my guinea pigs to, figure out choreography and things that I want to do at workshops when I travel abroad and stuff like that. Because you take a different energy when you're invited to go teach at a camp, and you're gonna teach to students that are just coming from all over the place and stuff. So you want to bring some nice material, and I lay that on them all the time. So they get really, really, really good choreography and training, and just top-notch music. We're often bringing in musicians from Los Angeles and Seattle to accompany us in our annual concerts and performances and things like that. So yeah, that was fun. That was really fun.
Yeah, and I'm really glad that you had an opportunity to be a part of Black History Month there with the Trailblazers. So I'd like to also let you guys know that like a lot of us artists, in this COVID environment, we're doing online classes, and Sekou is offering online classes. So Sekou, how could they find out about maybe more of your classes that they could participate in online?
Oh, definitely. The information in my classes you can check out Sekou Suma, African Drum and Dance on Facebook. You can also, under my name, Derrell Sekou Suma Walker on Facebook. But I teach every Sunday and Tuesday, Sunday at 11 a.m. and Tuesday at 6 p.m. And I usually send out flyers with the information, and it's on Zoom. And how else can I get to you? I don't do much on Instagram, but we do post the flyers, the newer flyers, because we do like a big flyer for the month. Like August is here, so we start tomorrow. So we'll have a flyer there, and on Instagram I am at Sekou Sekou 3 the number 3 T. Okay, at Sekou 3T, and you can find information about the class there. But yeah, every Sunday and Tuesday, 11 a.m. Sunday, 6 p.m. Tuesday, and it's pretty simple. If you have a Zoom account, you just make your payment, and we will send you the dance link. The classes have been amazing. I've had a really, really, really great following since I started doing this late March, and it's been awesome. We offer class recordings, so if you want to take it home with you and watch it over and over and dance it over and over, you can. I'm accompanied by 4 to 5 musicians, so you're dancing to live music. We have our audio down, like no audio issues. Sound comes through really, really clear, and it's choreography type based class because we can't, get together and do it the way that we've been doing it. So the format is really nice warm up, a really intense breakdown of everything, and then towards the end of the class, we run it, and it's really fun. So
I have to say, I have secretly sneaked in and watched the class, and I just love the rhythm. You do have the audio dialed in. Again, you guys, if you want to find out information on our Facebook page, Polaris Dance Theater's Facebook page, and our website, there's a lot of classes that we're sharing information on from the community, and you can find links to that. But if not, I want to go over the spelling. Again, Sekou is Sekou, and Soma is Soumah. So look up Sébé Khan Dance Company or Sekou Soma. It would be a great class. Definitely need this. And you can do this outside in your backyard. You can do this in your living room. Yep. And I tell you, the glorious sweat and you will feel so alive after the class. Sekou, I love you, my brother, and keep on keeping on.
I will. You too.
Okay,
Thank you for having me. It's a great event, and I'm glad to be a part of it. Thank you.
I'm glad that you're a part of us, and we're a part of you. You guys, one virtual hand of applause to Sekou, Sébé Khan Dance Company.
Right.
Good, thank you.
All
so
right.
you guys, we're going to introduce my next friend really shortly. Again, I want you to know that this is free. Typically, this festival, we do, this is our 11th year. We've done this festival at Directors Park outside, and we invite all different types of dance and style. Our next guest, in fact, this is his second time to the festival. Last year, I believe it was last year, Roger Sinha was a part of the festival outdoor, and his performance and his offering live was, if you missed it, I'm sorry, because it was beautiful. And we're about to experience Roger Sinha in just a moment. But because this is free, we're asking, if possible, for donations. There's a link on our Facebook page for donations. We want to cover our costs to do this, and then all the proceeds we're going to split with the various artists that are participating in this festival this year. There's some other things that I want to announce. We do have online classes. Polaris Dance Theater has online classes, as well as almost every artist that's participating. They all have some form that you can connect with them online, Facebook, website, Instagram, Twitter, and support them. You know, follow them, see what they're up to, check in on their classes, donate to them. The only way we as a community, dance community, and we as a culture, the human culture, are going to survive is if we acknowledge and honor and respect and support each other. And so this is the time when we, you know, yes, we're in our homes and yes, we're closed up, but this is the time to really think about all those others that are also closed in, that are still eking out their surviving and making their voices heard and sharing their stories and their journeys experience through movement and dance. With that, I want to move on to my dear friend, Roger Sinha. Let's welcome Roger to the stage. Hey, Roger. How are you, my friend?
Robert, you're very good. I'm very good. Happy to be here in
my
room while you're in your room.
Yeah. So you guys, Roger's in Canada. And Roger, have you been able to see the show?
I've been seeing it all afternoon. I'll be putting comments.
Okay, great. You guys, when we first started the show, I was really worried, and I didn't have time to call you, Roger, but we got something on Facebook that said, Facebook is blocked in Canada. And we're like, what? This live stream is blocked in Canada. And I was like, oh my God. So you can see it.
I mean, yeah, I'll be watching all day.
Awesome,
We're
awesome.
Lost here in Montreal. I know some people in Quebec, Montreal is not part of Canada, but that's another story.
That's awesome. I mean, this is the, you know, for the first time, the U.S. citizens cannot go to Canada, Mexico, Europe, Australia, Japan, China. I mean, really, I was watching the news the other day, and a group of rich people decided to charter a private jet to go to Italy. And the Italian government stopped them and like, no, don't even get out of the plane. You guys go somewhere else, but you can't be here. So I'm just glad that you and I are still connected, my friend. Let's get into you. Let's get into you, and let's talk about your background and how you got into dance and your dance company. Let's talk about Roger.
Well, I was born in London, England. My father's Indian. My mother's Armenian. We moved here in 1968 when I was like 8 years old to Canada. We moved to Saskatoon, Saskatchewan, population 100,000. where I wasn't exactly welcomed with open arms, but rather with closed fists, usually aimed in my direction. Inclusion was not their intention. So that's what my first experience with Canada. And it also impressed me later on to create the work that you'll be seeing, Burning Skin, which is in the back, but I'll go on with that later. I got into dance. I got into dance late, as most men do. Studied economics at the University of Toronto, and really hated it. Didn't like it. Didn't get it. Didn't understand it. Surpluses and deficits and surpluses. What does this all mean? So I'm an emotional eater. I put on 30 pounds after the 3 years in university. But at least I understood economics because my weight was in surplus and my happiness was in deficit. And dance cured that. I basically discovered dance. I've always been a dancer. You know, Robert, we're almost the same age. I'm part of the disco generation. I'd go out dancing all the time in my youth. And university kind of stopped that. And then, well, I discovered dance in third year university. I think it was All That Jazz that really impressed me, the movie. And I just said, I want to do that. And I did. I quit university. Jazz, then I got into full-time ballet. That's what I wanted to do. And then when I realized that ballet was just not the right direction for me for various reasons, contemporary dance. So I got into that in Toronto at the School of the Toronto Dance Theatre, which at that time was very heavily Graham-oriented, not now. So I graduated. I actually didn't finish the school. I started working full-time as a dancer after 2 years because that's what I wanted to do.
Wow. You know what's interesting is that each of us is unique, and each of our stories are unique, even though our pathways and our journeys cross. And I always love hearing everyone else's journey to where they are and how they got to where they are. It doesn't matter if you identify with one group or another group, or you speak this language, or you worship this God. We all are unique, and I love hearing people share their stories. Tell me, how did you get your company started?
Well, I was living in Quebec City, a small city in Quebec. I moved to Montreal because in the early 90s, Montreal was really exploding in terms of dance. We had not a lot of human steps, over to go. It was basically a place to be in Canada for dance. I went there. I had a girlfriend at that time who moved from Quebec to Montreal. I followed her and started dancing with other choreographers there. But I've always wanted to create. Though I've danced with other choreographers. And you know, often in dance, contemporary dance, choreographers always kind of ask sometimes the dancers to create movement, participate. My stuff always got cooked. The choreographers always liked what I came up with. So I said, okay, this is a good indication. And so I started my own company because I wanted to find a means to express who I was as an individual.
That's beautiful. I've seen some of the work of your dance company. I know that we're going to be seeing not your whole company, but I've seen some of the dancers and some of the work you've done in the past. I really admire and respect that work. Let's talk now about this piece we're about to see. I want to see this so we end up with some time maybe to talk afterwards.
Yeah.
But this piece is called Burning Skin. I want to hear, and this is a recording of a performance you did earlier, but I want to hear a little bit about, the meaning of the title, this work we're going to see, especially as it concerns to the world we live in today.
Yeah. Burning Skin. Well, let's say I was born in London, England. I keep on telling people I was brought up on fish and chips, not curry. I didn't know anything about my cultural background. None. I don't speak Hindi. I don't speak Armenian. And when I became an artist, I realized it's important to know who you are. And so when I first experienced racism when I was in my youth, particularly in Canada, I did in the UK, of course, at that time, but more in Canada, I rejected my Indian self. I didn't want to say I was coming from India because I was so afraid of the persecution. When I became an artist later on in my life, it was important for me to confront this shame that I was feeling of being Indian. And so I decided to explore my Indian roots, and that means taking Indian dance classes. I was already a contemporary dancer at that time. All right, I've already graduated, danced professionally, and when I started doing choreography, I realized that all the stuff I was doing is kind of like what everybody else is doing. So I decided to discover what is unique about myself and exploit it. And that's my mixed heritage. And the fact that I was brought up with a lot of shame when I started to read authors and look at artists who had similar experiences to me, mostly South Asian artists, mostly writers, I read Hanif Qureshi, who's an author in the UK, right. From the very start, I tried to deny my Pakistani self. It was a curse, and I wanted to be rid of it. That really made sense to me, and from that story and those experiences, I created Burning Skin. Because later, and you'll hear the text later on of why that was so important to me, because I used Hanif Qureshi's text in the piece Burning Skin. Yes, in a way to get more in touch with my Indian roots, but also to confront the racism that I was experiencing in my youth, but also at that time where I was living. And the video you'll be seeing is a 2015 version. I created it in 1991, but I brought it back in 2015. Why? Because of the growing tide of racism and nationalism that we're experiencing, and that was 2015, right? It was just before he got elected. So I was really also saying, I've got to bring this piece back. We need it back today.
That's beautiful. You know, what's on the page right now is, you know, the systemic racism, especially in the United States, but I think around the world, is systemic racism with police and how police are needs to be rethought or fixed. But it's not only in that area of our culture, society, that we have systemic problems. They exist in the dance community, and I'm glad, you know, that a lot of us artists have experienced what you're talking about, even within, not just from the outside elements, but even within our own communities and stuff like that. And I don't want to go too deep into that, but I would really love to watch this video and watch this story unfold.
I just have to say one other thing. It's 2 videos. See, the opportunity of doing this on a video, it enabled me to use my editing skills, which I've been an editor also for the last 20 years. I created a video in 2010 called Haters and Baiters, The Culture Collision. And it was autobiographical. All the text in there, which is done in the form of a rap, I experienced in my youth. So when I was asked to participate in this festival, I said, well, maybe I can incorporate that video that I did in 2010, because it's talking pretty well about the same thing, into my Burning Skin video. So I use the means that we have at our disposal, technology, to put the 2 together, and you'll see 2 pieces. You'll see the live version of Burning Skin, where I'm dancing in 2015, and then the video version in 2010 with myself and a whole bunch of other dancers I was working with.
Awesome. Well, with no further ado, let's experience this. Thank you, Roger. Let's watch this.
Cheers.
From the very start, I tried to deny my Indian self. I was ashamed. It was a curse, and I wanted to be rid of it. I wanted to be just like everyone else. I read with understanding a story in a newspaper about a black boy. When he found out that burnt skin turned white, he threw himself into a bath of boiling water.
We hopped the boat, we paved the way to a better future, a safer day. Dropped in a city of 100,000. Yesterday's done, let's roll on now. That other place was a bigger city, but the walls closed in and there was no pity. London, England, we were not born there, but it was our home, so we didn't care. But if white was not your hue, pain and suffering will be your due. We were the target, our shops burnt down. Our punishment for being brown. They roamed in groups, ready to attack. Keep your head down and run if you're black. They want us outside their line of vision. Haters and baiters, the culture collision. They want us outside their line of vision. Haters and baiters, the culture collision. So on a boat and off we went. If patience is money, then all was spent. In our baggage, no lucky charms. We weren't welcome with open arms, but with closed fists aimed in our direction. Inclusion was not their intention. Back in London, there were many like me, so I was not a minority. In my school in Saskatchewan, a person of color, I was the only one. I was this goblin, this fucking disease. Touch me and recoil as if I'd fleas. They laughed at me, thought I was strange, kept chasing the mirror, begging for change, but staring back was still this packy, thinking white would make me happy. Standing my ground, I was good at not shy from the constant combat. Pretty damn good at making a fist. My target, that fucking racist. But my barker was worse than my biter, and I was no mean-ass fighter. In my face, talking about brown town. I'm standing one moment, and next thing I'm down. Yeah, I know I should have taken flight, cause landing on my ass did not make me white. Looking for a color that was new. The blood on my nose, a painful hue. They want us outside their line of vision. Haters and baiters, the culture collision. They want us outside their line of vision. Haters and baiters, the culture collision. Knees and cheek and fist and nose, kicking the shins and step on the toes, elbow in ribs and then the gut, pull the hair, kick the butt. 5 against 1, not really fair. Fight 4, with me they would not dare. But during recess, no pals, no gang. Not belonging was part of the plan. Got a shit kicking every day. Go out and you cannot miss. the port of contempt to the harbor of hate. Erase borders of the blind men who build them, accept, look and see, and don't condemn. Race is a border that makes some fair. People that are different are not a frontier. Erase some borders of the blind men who build them, accept, look and see, and don't condemn. Race is a border that makes some fear. People that are different are not a frontier. Erase the borders of the blind men who build them, accept, look and see, and don't condemn. Race is a border that makes some fear. People that are different are not a frontier. Erase borders of the blind men. Look and see, don't condemn. People that are different are not a frontier.
Okay, here we go.
It's right down.
Roger, welcome back.
A second. Oh, start over.
Well, you guys, I want to let you know that if you want to find out more about Roger and Sinha Dance, please go to sinhadance.com. And hopefully soon, my friend, we will be facing each other face to face in a festival and on a dance stage together soon. Keep doing what you're doing. Thank you for your offering, and I celebrate you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can we give a virtual applause to Roger Sinha, Sinha Dance? You guys, so again, if you have any questions or comments, please put them up on Facebook. We're trying to get back to you. And hopefully if we have time, we're going to get back to some of these artists and let these artists answer them. And also, I want to thank the people that have been donating online. There's a handful of you that are donating towards this festival and supporting these artists. Thank you. I'm going to mention you later on in the performance, but I want to get it to our next artist. And our next artist I'm bringing on is Barbara Lima. And
He needs to hang up.
Roger, go ahead and hang up on Skype. Ciao, my friend.
Bye.
So I want to welcome Barbara Lima, the Galaxy Dance Festival. Hello, my love.
Hello, hello.
Wow, you just look beautiful, like you're in a tropical setting, you know?
I had to do that just to honor my Brazilianness. I had to, you know.
There's definitely Brazilianness all over you.
Mm-hmm.
Well, let's, you know what? I want to take some time, everyone. So, Barbara Lima, well, currently you're living in Eugene, Oregon, but for the past several years, you were living and working in Portland, and you still have kind of a dual presence, both in Portland and in Eugene. So she's not in Brazil. She's here in the Pacific Northwest. And Barbara, I'd like for you to talk a little bit about your journey into dance and how you got where we are now.
Well, for those who don't know me, my name is Barbara Lima. I am originally from Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. And I started dancing at a very early age with classical ballet, jazz, and tap. But it was really as a teenager that I found a group of, young kids on our 17 to their 21 years old. It was really with that group that I found a passion for dance, and I found community through dance. And it was a hip hop company, and as kids we had this beautiful experience dancing as a group, learning together, because we didn't have a lot of information back then, especially coming from American culture. So there's not a lot of people coming to Brazil. There is not a lot of classes about hip hop. So you're literally learning together and growing together. And we had just this big passion about dancing and about being on stage. And it was through this group that I got to know a little bit of Brazil. So we travel around Brazil, and it's just so wild to remember kids just dancing and learning together and wanting to put our passions out there. And we would participate on dance festivals in Brazil. And then after this, knowing that this was my passion, I started to really try to search for what can I do, because back then it wasn't normal for us to have dance as profession, because it was not that common. It was really hard to imagine that we could have a career out of that. But I started to really feel that that was my path, and then I started to search for, okay, what can I do? What people can I reach out? What classes can I do? And that's when I found the first company that I was part of it, which was Grupo Tapias. It was a contemporary class, and it was such a contemporary company, and it was such a beautiful experience to me because I've learned so much. I felt that was the start, the beginning of my professional career, because I came from ballet to hip hop to contemporary, and I could see how much there was so much for me to learn. There was so much that my body could learn, that I could experience. And through that group, that's when everything started. So I started traveling the world, to France, Germany, and still in Brazil. And right after that, I had opportunity to work with several choreographers in Brazil. I built such a beautiful relationship with some of them. And back in 2011, that's when I got into Grupo de Rua, known as GRN by Bruno Beltrão, which is a very renowned dance company in Brazil, which is it still is men, and I was the only woman in the company. It was such a intense experience that I had, and that's when we had the opportunity to go on tours and really share the Brazilian the Brazilian way of doing dancing hip hop, and the story behind of what we do and what we did as a group. So mainly my my career was built like through dance companies. I've jumped in a few ones for a few years and some other ones. And as like an individual artist, I worked at the Olympic Games, which was also such a like an amazing experience to be in front of like the world, in front of billions of people, and it was so awesome to be part of the professional team of the Olympics under the work of Deborah Koke, and also I had, you know, and then I found myself like I've been transitioning from dancer to choreographer, and like for the past few years, maybe 5 years, I've been exploring with that and playing with that. I had some of my work performed in Brazil and Italy and France and here in the United States with Polaris and with FaLa, which is this collective that was born in 2015 back in Brazil. But it was through Polaris, through the support of Polaris, that the dance collective came to life. And it was 2019, we've been exploring together. I've been exploring this path as a choreographer and as an artistic director, and we've been like working on like what does it mean, like what we want to say. It's an all-women collective, and what we want to say on stage, what we want to say. We've been really tapping into like creating films of dance, and like how can we tell a story through the visuals, through movement, so mainly like this is kind of like a very brief Barbara Lima career story.
Well, let's really briefly now. You and a mutual friend of ours, Jocelyn, you guys did a documentary about your story and your life. Could you briefly tell us where we can find if somebody wanted to see the whole documentary and story of you?
Yes, so the documentary is like I mentioned, like my beginning when I found my passion for dance was with this group of kids, with this group of people, and the documentary is about those dancers. And like Jocelyn followed us for 13 years, and the documentary is just the material of like you can see us at a really young age, and everything that we did until now. It's so special. You can see so much accomplishment as a collective and as like dreamers and like wanting to create beauty in the world. Unfortunately, you still can't see the documentary because we're going through like hopefully soon. Hopefully to see it soon, where there's still like a lot of bureaucracy behind making a documentary and a movie. But hopefully it's beautiful. It's totally worth it, the waiting.
It is. I don't want to run out of time, but I had the privilege to see this documentary, and it really is an amazing, your story and your journey, like a lot of artists and dancers. When you really get into the nuts and bolts and the background of their story, you're like going, wow, you should write a book. And maybe we should all write a book. But make sure we don't run out of time, Barbara. Let's introduce this first video that I think you and Jocelyn did together. So why don't you introduce this first video?
Yeah. So the first video, it's the FaLa video. It was back in 2015 when it was born, and this whole idea came out of a dream. So I was just mentioning with her actually about this today, that I see like the struggle sometimes to find a name, and like when people want to find a name for their project or their vision. And I was playing that, making fun that I didn't find the name found me. So I thought I had this vision with FaLa and this dream that this woman would have problems with communication, that felt oppressed, and it wanted to express herself through like colorfulness and beauty. And like that's how the video came up. And I shared with her, with Jocelyn, that we've been working together for so many years. And we decided to create this video to express that like what is that this woman wants to say? What is that all women want to say? What has been oppressed? And I had pictures that we're taking with other friends. That what is the part of your body that you feel oppressed? Is it your throat? Is it your chest? Is it your belly? It's like, what are the parts that you feel uncomfortable by it, that like something needs to come out of it? And we create this whole film based on that. Okay,
well, let's take a look at this film. Just for you guys who are watching, FaLa is Portuguese and it means she speaks. So let's take a look at this video. Thank you.
They Try to bury us.
They tried to bury us, they didn't know we were seeds. They tried to make themselves separate, they didn't know. They tried to make themselves separate. They didn't know we were one.
Hey, you guys, so That was beautiful and wonderful. And I know Jocelyn is in the background there. Hey, Jocelyn.
She's been chatting about.
Oh, you guys. Hey. So this is her co-creator in the movie. Jocelyn, I love you. So I want to make sure we don't run out of time.
Beat too.
Yes. When I first met, I want to talk a little bit about these next videos. When I first met Barbara, it was through Jocelyn. It was at Jocelyn's backyard. And Jocelyn said, hey, I've been following this group around in Brazil. And I have a friend coming over. I want to introduce you. And you and I didn't really talk very much. When the first night I met you, I was told that, oh, she doesn't speak English very well. And I was like, oh, so I was just trying to be respectful. I didn't want to put any pressure on you. But anyway, I saw you and I heard you were a hip hop dancer. And I knew a little bit about the hip hop scene because in my younger days, I was doing that. And I knew about the scene in Japan and in Korea and China. And I also knew there was a huge scene in South America. While the US scene was kind of dying, these other countries were exploding. And so for some reason, I just thought you were the hip hop dancer. And I went to a couple dance battles and I saw you dance. You didn't know I was there, but I saw you dance and I was like, damn, this girl can dance. And then Barbara came and did a solo at one of our shows where we invite companies and stuff. And I saw Barbara do this dance and I was like, and it was not hip hop. And I was like, oh my God. I was crying. I was so moved by what you gave. I was like, there's more to this girl than what you think. So I invited her to set a piece on my company. And what I'd like to do is I'd like to show you the next video because it's her talking about this process. Here we go.
Me and Robert, we had a meeting. He invited me to work at the Exposed. I thought it would be awesome to work with the company. I was at the movie theater and then I heard a song and I was like, this is it. I didn't know if I wanted to work with 2 people or 3 people to facilitate my life. But when I heard the song, I just wanted to be with everybody. I just could see everybody together. So I felt this cathartic thing, like growing until I can't do it anymore, until I can't say it anymore, until it's too obvious to show something else. Even if you're tired, you're gonna do it again and again and again and again.
Okay, so that was an introduction. I want to show you the actual dance that the dancers did. And then I want to tell you, if we have time, where that led to. This next piece is called The Word, and this is what Barbara gave to us. Oh, hold on a second.
That's not Barbara.
That's not Barbara. Hold on a second. So you guys, I want to tell you a little bit. So as a dancer, I've been in this business for over 42, 43 years, and I've had the privilege to work with a lot of dance companies. And typically, when I was starting to think of myself as becoming a creator, I always thought, this is interesting. I mean, this organization, all this fundraising, this entire organization supports the artistic voice of one individual. And back in the days, a lot of those companies were actually named the person's name who was the creator, the artistic voice. And I thought to myself, I said, in the university setting, we have a lot of things going on. We've got basketball teams, football teams, hockey teams, soccer teams, polo teams, all under one umbrella. Why can't we have multiple voices sharing one roof? So the dream of Polaris in the very beginning was that we were going to create an umbrella, and our goal was to have an umbrella that would support 5 creative voices, not just my own, but 5 other voices. And so I've been watching Barbara, saw her as a hip hop dancer, saw this contemporary piece she did, and was like, okay, let's see what you do with my kids. And by the way, when I watch my dancers dance, I miss them. All you dancers out there I used to work, I miss you guys. And so Barbara did that piece. I loved the way she worked with the dancers. I love what she did. And I stood back, watched a little bit later, watched some other stuff she did. And then I met with her and I said, Barbara, I have this idea. I think you need to have your own company. I think you have a lot of potential as a young choreographer. And what do you think about starting your own company? And she goes, well, I've already kind of started one. And it's called FaLa. And I have this idea. It's going to be all women. FaLa in Portuguese means she speaks. And I was just sitting there going like, okay. So FaLa is a sister company of Polaris Dance Theater, and we're learning how to work together. She has her own dancers, and sometimes she uses dancers from Polaris Dance Theater back and forth. But I think as we move forward, maybe organizations need to start thinking about sharing your roof, sharing your table, sharing your platforms, and allowing other creative voices, and maybe marginalized voices, people of color and women in the dance community, typically aren't given leadership positions or opportunities like men are. But at the same time, I think we need to learn how to work together, support each other. And we're on this journey together, FaLa and Polaris Dance Theater. And I look forward to more works when we can get back together, do this. I know you and Jocelyn and other people are doing other projects under the umbrella of FaLa and Polaris Dance Theater. Is there anything you'd like to add, Barbara?
No, I totally jump on that boat with you, and I truly believe that this new era that we are stepping into, it's once we cross the bridge, it's gonna create so much spaciousness, and I think it's bringing so much more possibilities of artists to express themselves and like to be who they are and to create work, and understanding that like you don't need $2 billion to make a work happen. Like we can create art, we can create beauty, we can talk about politics, we can talk about movement, we can talk about art in a container that accepts all the voices, women, men, black, white. Yeah. And I truly believe that we are crossing that bridge together.
It would be amazing.
Appreciate the space that you gave me to talk about myself and the company here. And yeah, I think it's beautiful what Polaris does, like opening their doors for artists to show their work and to express their voices.
Yeah, you mentioned $2 million, and I was just thinking, if we got $2 million, I think people would be blown away with what we could do with that and how much change. But you're right, we work on small budgets, but if we had $2 million, everybody step back because there's change coming. And there's change coming now with the little nickel and dimes that we are surviving on. Barbara, I look forward to working with you. Everyone, together sounds nice. Collaboration sounds nice. It's not easy. What we're going through right now in listening to each other and trying to work with each other. Black Lives Matter, like just shutting up and listening to the other side and listening to other voices. It's not easy. This whole process, it's painful because part of the process is learning things about yourself that you thought you didn't, you thought you knew yourself, and actually you're learning new things about yourself, and some maybe systemic issues that you didn't think you had. You're learning how to work with each other, how to give, how to take. So Barbara and I are on this process, and I'm glad that this is the first shingle under our roof, and we're looking to gather more. But Barbara, I want to bid you the best. Stay safe and healthy, my friend, and we'll chat soon.
Thank you.
Ciao, ciao. Okay, you guys, again, thank you to a lot of you guys that are watching and commenting. Thank you to those of you that are donating. I want to welcome someone else to the stage. He also is a Portland artist. I've been watching him as well as, I'm sounding like I'm spying on people, but I try to see what's going on in the community, and I've been watching this next artist's work, and I think you're going to be excited and happy to meet him. I'd like to introduce Sam Hobbs from Pushfold Dance Company.
Hey, Robert, how are you?
Great.
Look,
Sam.
I wanted to ask you, I've been watching you today, and your lighting and your background look absolutely amazing, and I'm wondering where you are because you look absolutely radiant right now.
I wish I could point a camera because I'm glad you brought this up because, this isn't me. I mean, any artist, when you see us on stage, you don't understand that there is a huge crew of technical lighting designers and sound designers and techs and guys on the rails pulling devices in. And over here to my side is Brian McDonald of BMAC Photography. And Brian and I met the very first day, very first week Polaris almost started. And he's been on this journey with me. And this, if we look good at all or anything is working, it's because of this amazing man, Brian McDonald. So look at BMAC Photography. But thank you. Thank you for noticing that.
Well, thank you to Brian, because, seriously, you look great. And this whole thing is just...
I know, because...
It's amazing.
Well, Sam, let's talk about you. Brian and I, we've been talking about if this thing works, we're going to do more of these. And maybe we'll do a thing where Brian and I just do a bantering thing back and forth because Brian's a hoot. Sam, let's talk a little bit about you because what I'm enjoying about this whole thing is all of our stories. They have similarities, but just like in life, all of our stories are uniquely our own. So let's talk a little bit about your background and your beginnings.
Oh, yeah. I knew you were I was trying to think like things as I was watching other people answer these questions. Well, I'm an Oregon native, and I didn't start dancing until I was 20 or 21. I can't quite remember. Basically, the year before that, which is my sophomore year of college, I was running track at university. I just transferred from the University of Oregon, where I ran track there for a year. Transferred to Western Oregon University for a different track coach. And that year I was dating someone, and I saw an ad for their spring dance concert at Western Oregon University. And I was thinking, I'm going to be a good boyfriend, and I think this might be a good date thing to do. And dating was new to me at that time. So I was like, okay, let's go do this. And so I bought tickets, and I had a moment watching that performance where my jaw was literally dropped open just watching what the dancers were doing, and I was blown away. And I was a math and computer science major, but because I had switched to a smaller school, all of the classes for math and computer science conflicted with track practice. I understood the mortality of my own body, that it was going to age. I was going to, I had a timeline for how long I could run, but I could always go back to school. After I saw the spring dance concert, I said, I know exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to focus on switching my major to dance, art, and music, and I did that. And I ended up graduating with a degree in the arts, dance, art, and music. And the next year, I was dancing with Rainbow Dance Theater with Valerie Bergman and Derrell Thomas, who were wonderful individuals. And they took me internationally. They basically taught me how to move. I owe so much to them and their training. Same with Western Oregon teachers. The training that I received there and guidance that I received there was just absolutely amazing. But yeah, so essentially my first year of dancing, I still tried to do track practice, and then I eventually quit track because it was conflicting with dance rehearsals. So yeah, so that's essentially how I got started, and then I just kind of kept going. I guess I fell right into ballet because I knew that I was late to arriving with to the dance world, and I wanted to learn how to produce clean lines. I wanted to dive into that world. I was already receiving a guidance and training and experience dancing in West African dance and some hip hop and some break with Rainbow Dance Theater, and some contemporary work as well because of and non-traditional partnering because of Derrell and Valerie and their training and their backgrounds from Polaris and Merce Cunningham and a slew of others. So I really lucked out with who I was trained by, and who I think hopefully saw something in me. Then were like, Sam, you should go try this out. And I was like, okay, yeah, I was just hungry, and I think it produced this, and I feel, yeah. I don't know. I feel like I'm rambling.
No, you're not. You're not. You're beautiful. It's interesting you brought that up about guys, because I would, I don't want to put a percentage on it, but there's a lot of male dancers that you think that all of us started from childhood. It was the first thing your mom and dad took you when you were 5 or 6 years old to, dance class. And there's a large population where that was true. Mom and dad took you to dance class because your sister was there, and you go there, and I just need 30 minutes alone with my husband. So, bam, you both get there. I love the whole story on Chorus Line about the guy who learned how to dance because he had to sit and watch his sister's tap classes, and pretty soon he became the one who danced and she didn't. But you're right. A lot of dancers, a lot of us, started later in life, and I think a lot of the training, depending on the quality of training and who's training you, we got 12 years of catching up to do with all the girls if you started late. And it's really important the amount of training and guidance you get, because this is not an easy field, whether you've done this your whole life or you just jumped into it in your college years. Sam, I want to talk a little bit about Pushfold. This is relatively a new company that you formed. Let's talk about how it formed and a little bit about you and the organization.
Yeah, so I officially established Pushfold in 2016, and we are a 501c3 nonprofit organization, which was wonderful. It was a process to go through to get that. I basically, a number of years ago, I think it was 2010, I'd injured my body, and I thought I was done dancing. I had a slew. I had like a hernia in my abdomen. I had torn calf muscles. I had torn ligaments in my leg, and I thought my career was over. And so I took off for a couple years to try to repair my body and myself. I call it my walkabout. And it's something inside of me to was like, Sam, you need to return home, and you need to start this thing. And so as I was doing that, I was learning how to make music, because I was like, okay, if I'm going to start a company, I need to make work, and if I have to make work, I need to make music. And I don't know how to find music, or I need to have music, and I don't know how to find music because I don't typically listen to it. And so I was like, oh my God, what am I going to do? So all of these things kind of coalesced. I came back to Portland in 2012. I was still doing my own thing. I was dancing with I was choreographing on various Portland artists that were around town, who I'd seen in different performances that I was going to, and who I just really appreciated moving with. Cara Gerard at the time was her name, and then Christine Anderson was another woman who I danced with, but then also Jessica Evans, who was a longtime dance partner of mine, who we danced with Rainbow Dance Theater. She and I got linked together, and we were working together. I was setting work on her. We ended up creating a piece in 2014 called Early, which was supposed to be an evening length work, which is the one that I had envisioned, and why I came back to Portland. 2014 happened. We showed that piece. People liked it, and I was like, oh my God, people liked it. This is cool. I'm going to try to do another one. And so I did another one, and people liked that one, and I was getting to some festivals, and I was like, okay, I think I have an opportunity now to start using this push-pull name. And so I did in 2016. 2015, I gathered a group of dancers, 4 of whom were in our, I guess, inaugural performance as that company in 2016 with Jamuna Tirini, in our joint endeavor called Epic. And we produced a piece, and then it just continued from there and hasn't really slowed down, which is good. And at the same time, I'm like, just kind of along for a ride at this point. So, yeah.
Yeah, one of the second piece that I saw of your creation was the Jessica Evans piece that you're referring to. Jessica Evans is a former dancer of Polaris Dance Theater, and I enjoyed working with her. And then I saw her in your work, and I was like, I'm always happy to see dancers that I've worked with, them moving on or continuing on in other things and see what other people do with them. That was, for me personally, that was a great evening, because that was the second piece of work I've seen of yours. And I was happy to see Jessica being used that way. And that's the other thing I wanted to, one of the things that I'm thankful for is that I seem to attract wonderful, beautiful souls and individuals to my company, and so do you. I've been watching the dancers in your company. In fact, you have one in your company that I have admired for many, many years, and am jealous. Holly Shaw, my brain is going dead. But in this piece that we're going to see, you will see just how beautiful these dancers are, and the gift you've given them for some of this work. Let's talk a little bit about this piece. I want to make sure we have time to see this. So introduce this piece. Let's talk about it.
Yeah, so the piece that you're going to see here shortly is just an excerpt. It's the opening excerpt of or section of a piece we created last year called Ash. It premiered at the UniPDX Festival of Contemporary Dance, which we started last year. And it's 36 minutes in length total, but you'll see about a 12-minute chunk of it. And it's essentially the whole piece itself. It was based off of a poem that I had written about a woman who had jumped off a cliff to commit suicide based on just deep sorrow and grief. And in ruminating about those sensations of what it would be to jump into an ocean and be consumed by sea foam, is ultimately, I think, what was the underpinning not thread, but I guess the thread, or the concept, the feeling of what this work was, at least the impetus for its creation. And so we affectionately call this section the fast section, and I think you'll see why. So yeah.
Beautiful. Let's see the fast section.
Yeah.
Whoops.
Okay.
Sorry.
Oh, here we are again. Hey, there you are, Sam.
Hey.
Welcome back, my friends. So, I actually had the privilege to watch that performance live. And as everyone here who's watching, there's nothing like live. That was a beautiful experience to watch that performance live. You want to talk a little bit more about that piece of work, that work that you did?
Yeah, so that was actually my first contemporary ballet piece, first attempt at it. I typically do just straight, contemporary work, and we try to do a little bit heavier on that end of partnering, not traditional partnering, those kinds of things. But I work with a lot of ballet dancers or who have a steep history in ballet, and I was like, I really wanted to dive into that world, see if I could even make a contemporary ballet piece. And so I tried. And that's what came out. And it was funny because I was like, we were trying to attract a bunch of different people, presenters, other people who have never seen our work before. And then I was like, I felt really good about that piece. The dancers were freaking amazing. And during that entire weekend of performances, there were two other choreographers that work on them. And they were just absolutely phenomenal. And it didn't dawn on me that the first introduction to these presenters who traditionally present, contemporary work are now seeing contemporary ballet. And I'm like, no, that's not all that I do. And I was like, oh no. And so I've been like, okay, how do I introduce all this other stuff that's like, no, I'm really just trying to change all the styles that we do every time that I can, just as like a challenge to myself as a choreographer. So yeah, if you're watching, just know I try to change everything up as much as I can. But yeah, so that's our fast section. I mean, clearly it's like 10 minutes straight of the dancers just moving, and it's not easy. It's not easy work. I definitely consider all dancers in general as athletes. Our dancers specifically, we train them. We actually go to the track. We actually run on the track. We do sprint drills. We teach power. Really trying to get that access and that pure intention of movement out of everything that we can, and kind of strip away all the rest of the stuff that I think are learned behaviors from dance classes, different dance teachers, and those are useful in certain situations. And at the same time, how can we use those as strengths to bolster a very efficient, concise, and clear message of whatever it is that movement's supposed to tell you. And yeah, so the rest of that piece is, I think it enters into the realm of maybe, I don't know. It just feels really heartfelt to me. So it's I don't know what else to say about it.
I know. You and I both don't like talking.
You can see my sea foam, and then you might see the piece inside your mind.
Well, again, that was a nice offering. I enjoyed watching it again on the screen, but nothing is like live. You're right. Those are beautiful dancers, and what specifically what I loved about watching dancers is that you can tell their technical, prowess. I mean, where their strengths and weaknesses are, but it's almost watching for their humanity. Watching what they bring, because technique is only technique, and for me, pure technique is boring. And I've anyway, I won't go down that road. But I think your dancers bring, yes, years of training and technique, but I really love watching the humanity and some of what they bring besides the technique.
Every dancer that we've worked with so far, I feel extremely fortunate to have had time with them in the studio. Even the ones who haven't performed with us, but have trained with us. But you're absolutely correct. It's like you have to see the spirit of the person. I think the people who tend to stick with us and dance with us really have a devotion to spirit.
I lost me.
And I think that's incredibly important to have that devotion to spirit and devotion to trying to become something greater than ourselves and a collective whole. And every time that a dancer expresses interest in dancing with us, I send it right back to them. I say, hey, come on into the studio. This is very much an audition for me, for our work, as it is for me to see you as a dancer. because I think that road needs to go both ways, and people need to believe in the work, and I think it comes out in the dancers who dance with us, that they're fully devoted to their art, and I mean, it's like, again, this cannot happen without them. As you're saying earlier, with all the people working in the background of your video right now, none of this happens without our dancers, and it's incredibly important that we continue to support them, find ways of supporting them. So I get this is where we have to like smash the donate button, folks.
Smash the donate button. Yes, you guys, smash the donate button. Also, if you want to find out more about Pushfold and that organization, you can go to pushfold.org and find out their offerings. We're going to do this again, Sam. Thank you. It was a great chatting with you, and we'll talk soon, my friend.
Yeah,
continue the journey. Enjoy your journey. Okay, so next up, next up is Noelle Simone, and I've lost her. I'm going to try to get her back up here. Where's my mouse? There's my wrong mouse. So I love technology. It's the death of us, everyone. Wait, where did? I'm trying to find her. I don't even. Okay, everybody, hold on here.
Should we have a little piece?
Noelle. Let me try. Get that out of the way.
Wait, who do we hear?
So hold on, everybody. I'm trying to get our next artist.
I thought I heard her.
Noelle, are you there?
Yeah.
Oh, you're there. I don't see your image. There you are. There you are. Okay. I was panicking because I'm like, wait, I don't see her anymore. How do we end? Welcome, my friend. How are you?
How are you?
Well. It's been a long day and a day of beauty. I can't tell you how excited and thankful and emotional I am to meet new people and to see old friends from around the country, and I'm excited that you're a part of this festival and we can make this happen. Noelle, let's not lose any time. Let's talk about you. I want to hear your background and where you're from and how you got here.
So I started dancing kind of late. I started dancing at 10. And my home studio is the Jill Hall Dances and Center in Chicago, Illinois. I've been dancing there for years, teaching. I went from just being a regular student to being in their scholarship program to being in the youth company full time. And then in my senior year of high school, I became the artistic director of the youth company. And I did that for about a year and a half. And then I moved into the main company, and then life took me abroad, and I danced pretty much all around the world. I ended up dancing for Royal Caribbean Cruise Line and just kind of traveling and dancing. And then I really, really, really wanted to get into kind of the nuts and bolts of running a company and diving into also my theater background. So I went back to school. I went to DePaul University, the theater school, and I got my degree in theater arts with a concentration in theater management and a minor in educational studies, so that I could continue to teach and hopefully teach in higher education. From there, life and love brought me to Portland, Oregon, and a year ago, my partner actually met at a bar in Chicago, and they were like, hey, I actually live in Oregon. And I was like, oh, okay. So a few months later, I kind of packed up my stuff and I moved here. And the first person to kind of really bring me into their arms was Echo Theater. And my piece was a part of their Fertile Ground festival that they were a part of. And I came up with the piece. It was something I had been melding over for many years, not having adequate access to healthcare and to mental health care at that. and just finding other avenues to kind of express how I was feeling. I always felt like dance was the one language that I could understand and share with other people. And so I created this piece to see a window into the lives of Black women and the demons we fight, so that we can continue to show up for our community, not even ourselves, but just our community. A lot of us put ourselves last, and this is a window into why and the how that happens. And the things we give up, or the things we take in order to make ourselves feel better, good, bad, or indifferent. I really created this piece from a very thoughtful place of wanting to tell the Black woman's journey. So it's a ride. Take the ride. It's a very heavy piece, and I think it's needed, especially during these times with civil unrest. I think Black women are continuously overlooked. Black women, and when I say Black women, I also include my trans sisters. We are consistently overlooked, and even in the art that we make, is not seen as, easily accessible. Not everybody can understand our story, and I don't think a lot of companies take time to invest in our work as artists, as Black women, and I think that's a loss for them.
Yeah.
Our voices are needed, and there are a lot of Camila Browns out there creating amazing work, and you need to make more space for us. And I think that this piece definitely speaks to the work that Black women are doing to make our voices heard. So I hope everybody enjoys it.
No, and you're speaking truth. I think, if you're really going to talk about inclusivity and equity, you need to provide an equal platform for these voices to be heard. You can't say that, well, these voices, you go over here, but these voices, they go over here, because it's high art. And you really need to provide an equal playing field, an equal platform. So the measurement, the offering, the receiving is the same and equal. Let's get onto this offering that you're giving us here today, so we make sure we have time to fit it in. You want to give us the title of this piece and let's start it?
Yes. So you all are going to be watching Heavy is the Head That Wears the Crown, the mental health memoirs of the Black woman.
Beautiful.
Time pours and tears tick. My heart races as I try to stop. Whisper. My heart is cloudier than the rainiest season on the planet. I just want to find the answer. How can I quiet my mind when my heart is so loud? The memories of trauma rattle my soul more than a beast in a cage, and though my heart races, I am locked inside of my own rage. Fear is real, and I weep more at the memories of what I was than the dreams of the princess I've always wanted to be. Where is my true self? When can I hear the sound of my real voice? Where did I lose me? I am lost. Somewhere. Raveled up in a damp labyrinth called anxiety. Depression lives right next door, and PTSD is so close I can hear it snore. Ring, there is no more hope left to ring free at last, but where is my mind? I am still weeping. How is it that I can still feel death and pain creeping? and love lost is winking at me in the distance. I used to know how to sing. Sing songs of love, life, and laughter. I mean, dance to the tune of my own smiles. I wish I could fall back into my own little baby arms so that I could remember the feeling of innocence in my own body straight from the womb that belongs to my mother, where I chose as the perfect place to grow, when life was just a little bit more tolerable. Adulting has far too many variables. The tables have turned, and I still share the dinner table, my meals, my bed, my baths, my room, my everything with anxiety. I don't know how to outrun my shadow when the sun finds me and beats me down daily. My anxiety surrounds me, and I am consumed by my memories, cornered. I hear my laughter fading. As the clock strikes back, this might be it. Tick, tick, tick. It takes real bravery and courage to live. Especially as a brown girl with anxiety, it takes unimaginable strength from within.
In my solitude, you haunt me with revelries of days gone by. In my solitude, you taught me with memories that never die. I sit in my chair, filled with despair. There's no one could be so sad. With bloom everywhere, I sit and I stare. I know that I'll soon go mad. In my solitude, I'm praying, dear Lord above, send back my love. I sit in my chair, filled with despair. There's no one could be so sad. With gloom everywhere, I sit and I stare. I know that I'll soon go mad. In my solitude, I'm praying, dear Lord above,
think about all that Black women do for society and how the thank you that we get is just constant disrespect, how we're not protected, how we're sexualized and fetishized in the media, how it's kind of like we're abandoned.
Society does not have a Black woman's back. She didn't even do anything. She just was being Black.
When you're born and you're born a woman, you already have one thing stacked against you. You're born and you're a Black woman, you have both of those things stacked against you. You just have to work hard as fuck. And there's no system in place to help you thrive.
It's really sad to think about how young it is that we all internalize those things. I may not have had the words for it, but I knew that I wasn't going to be accepted being a 4C, dark-skinned, thick Black girl. I just knew that.
People in elementary school who would call me a monkey or something like that, and it's sad that we like to think that we've come so far, but we haven't.
It's mind-boggling, the fact that Black people in general, and then also Black women, are still being compared to animals.
I feel like I'm a very strong person, but I'm always afraid to show that I'm too strong, because I'm always afraid that it will play into that stereotype and all of a sudden I'll be looked at as masculine because of these stereotypes that are put upon Black women.
Black women should be quiet into themselves and sort of have their heads down and just kind of try and blend in. You are not allowed to be a bigger woman, tall, and also stand up tall and be confident. It's just not allowed.
Go figure, you were the trigger. You brought me to an obstructive view when you knew the picture was bigger. Who am I kidding? Knew from the beginning you'd ruin everything. You do it every time. You are my enemy. You are no friend of mine, motherfucker. You motherfucking right. You motherfucking right, I'm bitter. You motherfucking right, I'm triggered. You motherfucking right, I wanna fuck you right now. I just turned the lights out now, and you know when the sun go down, that's when it would all go down. Been a minute, been a while. Ain't let nobody hit it since you with it. You know you always know what to do with it, but ain't no me and you without you in it. Damn, I'm about to burn this bitch down. Think I need to lie down, cause I'm not tryna wild out now. But right now, don't know what I'm capable of. Might fuck around and go crazy on cuz. Might fuck around, have to pay me in blood. This ain't the way that you want it. Might catch a case in this bitch. Don't let me catch you face to face in this bitch. Trying my hardest not to disrespect you. After what you did, man, what you expected. You motherfucker, you motherfucking right. You motherfucking right, I'm bitter. You motherfucking right, I'm triggered. You motherfucking right, tryna let the time fly. Yeah, tryna let the time go by. Tryna let the time heal all. Tryna let the time kill all of our memories. All you meant to me. All that history. All that's history. I'll calm down eventually. Fall back eventually. Please call me back eventually. Fall back into me, yeah. Maybe I'm overreacting. Baby, I don't know what happened. You know all of my bad habits. You know it's hard for me to control that shit, man. Cause when I get mad, I get big mad. Should've never did that, get back. About to feel the wrath of a menace in my bag and my feelings. I'm a bad little bitch, you know. I'm triggered when I see your face. Triggered when I hear your name. Triggered, I am not okay. You need to stay out my way. Triggered when I see your face. Triggered when I hear your name. Triggered, I am not okay. You need to stay out of my way. You need to stay out of my way. Yeah. You need to stay out of my way.
as a black woman who was a black girl, I see the attack on us comes in a very different form. In some ways, it comes in the same form. You know, people do experience racial profiling and police brutality, but sometimes you come across women who have not had that direct interaction. But we're attacked in so many nuanced ways.
So you have internal race issues within our own culture, and then the external race issue, and then your mothering issue around race. So for me, race and being a woman of color is so multi-layered. It's like you can excavate all day.
2 uniformed security guards walked over to us, 1 white, 1 Latino, and began to ask us questions about what we were doing in the lobby of that hotel, if we were a guest. Quickly responded and said that I was in fact a guest. I was asked details, my name, what room, and it was at this point that I became very upset.
And then you start to wonder, well, what other difference could it be if you're a white cop, I'm a black female? What other difference, what else could I have done to piss you off this much? It just starts to then look racial.
We actually had to bring in a white colleague from the Justice Conference before anyone could get an official response from the hotel.
I've had people focus on my hair not being professional enough. I had an executive director actually pull me into a room, and it went down a path of like, you know, just letting you know, like, I don't think that you're professional enough. And I kind of had to go through this whole, I had to actually pull back because I felt like I couldn't be emotional.
All the other chorus girls were white. And I remember going up to the person in charge of costuming and saying, you know, why is it that we're dressed this way? Why is our hair doing this weird, just lumped together thing, and all the other girls get to do curls and pretty things? And she was like, yeah, but your hair can't do that. And I was like, you never asked me. But for me, it was really hard because I just wanted to dance and sing and be in the play. And I was being told, like, you're not good enough, your hair isn't good enough, your clothes aren't good enough. And we're gonna make sure everybody notices that you're black and everybody else isn't.
I got people in places with faces that I've never met. In my head, like in my mind, I done felt them in different occasions that I won't forget. In my head, in my mind, oh, I live in my mind all the time. So if you feel I'm out of line, I'm probably making my bed in my mind, giving them head in my mind, going to bed in my mind, making the bread, throwing it back, doing the math in my mind, probably trying to solve the world in my mind, probably trying to take your bitch in my mind, yeah, I'm in my mind, oh. And when I'm here, I'm with you, don't care, I kiss you cause I know, no issues, ooh. All you need is love, baby boy, all you need is love, baby boy, all you need is love, don't worry about a glove, in my mind, you introduced me to your secret wife. In my mind, yeah, I just had your baby, yeah. I know I'm fucking crazy, yeah, but really I'm a lady, hey. In my mind, all the time, I write all these rhymes. Lord knows that I cry with these songs in my mind, if it wasn't forecast, I don't think I'd be here to spaz and spit so gracefully. I spit so gracefully. Oh, I live in my mind. making my bed in my mind, giving them head in my mind, going to bed in my mind, making the bread, I'm throwing it back, I'm doing the math in my mind, probably trying to save the girl in my mind, probably trying to save the world in my mind, yeah, in my mind. And when I'm here, I'm with you, don't care, I kiss you cause I know no issues, ooh. All you need is love, baby boy. All you need is love, baby boy. All you need is love, don't worry about a glove.
Black woman, I'd be a fool to think there's something more astonishing than the way you wear your mahogany as if it's your birthright. I've seen it with my own vision. You're the only thing that's caught my eye but still worthy of the throne, because everything you do is a clear indication that God spent time on your creation. Black woman, when I was a man boy, I used to enjoy playing make-believe. I wasn't mature enough to understand your gospel, so I didn't believe in you. I just picked at your scriptures and filled in the gaps with my own conclusions without reading your whole story. But you are the most beautiful novel ever written. Black woman, you've opened me up in ways that can only be explained through divine intervention. When life felt claustrophobic, you were the opening on fire escapes, climbing through my exposed wounds that were too sensitive to touch. Black women were privy to my secrets. I only expressed the rooftops where endless screams were heard and tears are forgotten. They carried a lantern through my darkest corners and found the remains of my self-love. A black woman made my potential her deity. She's the only one that truly had faith in what she was yet to see. Black women are known for their curves but carry most of their weight on their tongue, strong enough to lift a man's spirit. Oh, I love my black woman. Black woman, you are deserving of so much more. I speak on behalf of the men that have failed to protect you, always having a justification for why your skin doesn't deserve to be abuse-free, and would rather you pay for their sins because they're too broke to take accountability for their actions. I will humbly become your living sacrifice. I'm indebted to you for all the senseless men that see you as no more than a commodity and turn a blind eye to your trauma, leaving you with the permanent sense of arrogance that smells like male privilege. I'm indebted to you for all the men that have remained silent in the face of your mistreatment and rejection when you need us to be the reverb that echoes your sentiments. Black woman, your womb carries our baby, so I put respect on your name. And I'm eager to love you because for centuries I was forbidden to out of fear of losing you. Black woman, I want to be your organ donor. I promise to give my heart to the one that needs it most. You, my black woman, not only at first, but at last we'll be together because you mean the world to me. No other woman on the planet has endured the plight you've experienced, so I apologize in advance for the men that misinterpreted your strength as some sort of posturing that says you're better than them. Through all their insecurities and projections, they're yet to see that the motion picture of your life has always been a frontline war. And when one man is down, you gotta pick up your bootstraps and keep on surviving. All black women are surviving. How long will you have to carry the load down lonely roads before we step up? Black woman, you are enough. You are enough. You are enough.
So,
Wait a minute. Yeah, there she is.
hey, Noelle. Thank you for that offering. We ran out of time. I wanted to talk to you a little bit more about where some of the spoken word came from, but we're not done. We're going to continue on, and I know you're going to continue on in this journey. Shout out to Echo Theater. I support that team and the leadership over there. They're a wonderful, long-standing group in Portland, Oregon, and I love all those folks, and I'm glad you had an opportunity to show.
Yeah.
So bless you. Have a beautiful day. We'll chat soon, hon. Can we give virtual applause to Noelle Simone? You guys, the next person, I'm trying to stay on schedule. Next person I want to introduce to you is Chisao. Chisao, are you on? Yes, there you are.
Oh, okay. Can you see me?
No. But while we're trying to figure this out, I can hear you.
You can't see me now, right?
Nope.
Oh. It says I'm there.
Oh yeah, you're there. Maybe it's your camera or something. But while we're trying to figure this out, I want to talk a little bit about how much I love and respect Chisao. So Chisao, I have a daughter who is now 22 years old, and she grew up with two parents that were professional dancers, and it was you and Keith Goodman who gave her the love of dance, because you both were her teachers. And I'm glad, because Dad and Mom couldn't do it, but it's because of you and Keith Goodman, rest his soul. I still don't see Chisao here.
I don't know what else to do, because it says my video is on and I see my little box.
Yeah, I see you too.
So I don't know what I need to do. Well, you can hear me.
Yeah, we can hear you. But I want to see. So let's talk. Let's keep talking and figure out how we can figure this out. So for some reason, I have her here, and I see her square in this picture.
Yep. If it was on, it would be on.
Yeah, but for some reason now I've got this whole screen in Skype instead of this little window. Mm-hmm. Anyway, let's talk about Chisao. We can't see you yet, but
okay. I'm sorry, I might have done something wrong, but thank you so much, Robert and Polaris Dance Theater, for doing this wonderful Galaxy Festival 2020. Woohoo!
Woo! Yes, yes, girlfriend. So
yes.
People can't see you, but let's just identify that you are a Japanese American, wonderful person, and what I love about you and your work is that you have shared your story as an artist, as a woman, and as a Japanese American, and some of the experiences that you and your family have experienced. And I think right now some of this work that you've done in the past is so important to be heard again. Let's talk about this first piece that's titled Remember.
So it was a video that was created by the University of Oregon Film School, and every year they select 6 people to focus a story on, and our story was about Nihon Machi, or Japantown, which is what Old Town was prior to Chinatown, before World War II.
Chinatown in Portland, Oregon.
In Portland, Oregon,
yeah.
Right, in Old Town, Portland, Oregon, right. And so there's so many people that still don't know that story. And so they started, the senior advanced students, right, started creating a video, and they took many hours and then put it together. And we came to your studio because they wanted to videotape me moving, and that was wonderful. And another person who's really a pillar in the Japanese American community, her name is Jean Matsumoto. She's also in the film. And so I think you should just show it. But I wanted to say too, that the very beginning, the very opening of the film, and it's a very short, like 8-minute film, was shows the archway or the torii bridge that was created by Valerie Otani, and it's at the Expo Center. So the Expo Center, as it's known now, was originally the Portland Exhibition Livestock Hall, and that's where the Japanese Americans were taken right after the issuance of Executive Order 9066. So that was the presidential order that took 120,000 Japanese and Japanese Americans to 10 concentration camps in America. So it opens up with her beautiful sculpture.
Well, let's show this this work that you're going to share with us. It's beautiful. This piece is titled Remember.
If you don't know, why don't you know? there should be no reason why people don't know. It's all our story now, but if it's forgotten, then will it be gone? Will we be an artifact that will later be discovered, but the narrative will be gone? You can call them internment camps, concentration camps, whatever you want to name them, but they were in fact prison camps, and it was a violation of every American right that is the foundation of our Constitution. We think of Old Town, we think of Chinatown, but prior to that was a thriving Japanese town, Japantown.
I'm Jean Matsumoto. Our family lived on 69 Southwest Pine Street. All my friends lived in this neighborhood. This whole neighborhood by the 1920s, 1930s, almost every building that's white had Japanese families. And they had laundries and restaurants and hotels. Things were going pretty good, living in Japantown. And then everything fell apart on December 7th.
People were taken to what then was the Portland Exhibition Hall, now known as the Expo Center. That's where animals were kept, and the animals were moved out, and the stalls were built.
May 6th was when we started being herded into the Assembly Center. It's amazing how soon you could get used to the smell of manure. We were all under one roof. I don't know how they crammed 3,000 of us in there. We could only take what we could carry, which wasn't very much. It ruined a lot of lives when families lost everything.
It's always amazing to me how many people don't know that that happened. It's not only a loss, but it's like a memory been wiped away, forgotten. And there were a few businesses after the war, not nearly the 300 that existed prior to. That's not just my history. That's Portland's history. That's Oregon's history. That's all of our history as citizens of the state. We are inextricably linked as Japanese Americans, but as American citizens, to that history, that identity, and that rooting in who we are and where we came from and what our personal histories are is what anchors us. When you have a government that's saying, oh, we could maybe reuse those internment camps that Japanese Americans were held in, it does question our knowledge of what America is.
Hey, Chisao. There we are. Wait, what just happened?
I pushed start sharing.
Oh no, don't. Can you stop unsharing? Okay, here we go. There we are. Yay! That was beautiful. You know, what's really interesting about the world we live in right now is that we've got a lot of young people that are tuned in and are learning things that their parents and grandparents either ignored or don't know. And I'm so thankful that they are becoming involved and are learning. But there's so much we still don't know, and they still don't know. And it's really interesting watching everything unfold on this virtual world of ours, where I'm glad you know those little grains of sand, but the rabbit hole is much deeper.
Absolutely. And history.
Yeah.
All of our histories is so important to know, and it's really our job right now. The young people are out there, and I'm so proud of everything they're doing out there on the streets and the changes. I'm hopeful for the changes that are on the horizon for us and happening daily and weekly and monthly, even during this horrendous, historic pandemic time. But really, it's about discovering our own identity and our own history, and being able to share that and come together and talk about that and talk about how we learned what we learned and how we unlearn what we learned and relearn and going forward, because we all have I feel a lot of work to do to uncover and share.
Absolutely. And all of us on a personal level, all of our stories are unique. Your experience as an Asian American, my experience as a Latino, all of our experiences have similarities, and we cross on several bridges, but we have things that we deal with and nobody else understands or deal with. And I think it's you hit the head right on the nail. There's a lot of learning to be done, but I think a lot of it is going to be self-examination, self-exploring on ourselves. There's artists now that they just woke up and they realized that the world wasn't what they thought it was, and they're using the platform to call other people out or to say, hey, I'm this and you guys need to get your shit together. And I'm like, I'm glad you're becoming an activist, and I'm glad you're awake, but you have a lot of work, honey. Welcome to the party, because you and I have been around for a while.
Yeah, it's all of our jobs to continue to be awake, right? And
yes.
keep on waking up in whatever directions we can.
And keep learning.
Like we all have an important piece, and the stronger we are in our own piece, the more we bring to share.
Yeah.
So.
And it's part of the journey. You and I aren't done. And you hit, and again, the head on the nail. We've learned a lot, we've seen and done a lot, but man, have we got a lot to learn, and we've got a lot to understand, not only about the world, but about ourselves. So let's introduce this next piece, because I want to make sure we have time to see it all.
Yeah, so I was asked when I was in Chicago to think about my story of Midwest Japanese Americans who resettled after the war, after camp. And so my mother and father were held most of the time. They were actually married in one of the 10 main camps in Poston, Arizona. It was near the Colorado River, and Gila River and Poston, Arizona. And so I never really thought about it, but I was born and raised in Iowa, and I never thought about the impact of my parents being in camp, and then that was the main reason why I ended up in Des Moines, Iowa, being one of few Japanese Americans, of course, in Iowa, and then that really propelled this whole, journey of identity and who am I and what is it about. And so when I came back from Chicago, I was like, well, the best way for me to explore this is really to make something. And so right about that time, Aaron Wheeler Kay called me and said, Chisao, I'm wondering if you could do something for our upcoming Truth Project. And so, High Street. And so it just was like this confluence of wonderful things. And so I did. I thought, well, let me put together something, and the best way that I know is to write something and to move something. And so he said, well, we have this great big platform we want you to use, and maybe you'll get up on it. And I tried it, and I'm like, oh, no, hell no, I'm not getting up on that. and with it moving, no, I don't think so. I might fall on my ass and make a fool of myself. So anyway, I remembered that I had brought a trunk, couple of trunks from my parents when they passed from Iowa, and they would not open, they were locked. And I wrote a long piece about it, like 15 or 20 years before, talking about this locked trunk holding my identity and holding my history. So I took the trunk out thinking that I was going to, use it as a prop. And then I noticed that there is a key on the side of the trunk. And I was like, wait, what just happened? Either the key wasn't there, the key got there, I wasn't ready to see the key, or the key magically appeared. Any number of things might have happened. So suddenly I had this trunk
That's never been opened.
that was my father's, that was never opened. And so it just inspired the piece. It became more than a prop. And so this choreo poem was created for that, and it's called What I Carry, and it was part of Echo's Truth Project performance a couple of years ago. And Mike Van Loo worked on the music, and Nick Elliott and Michelle Alseny was playing violin, so that beautiful music you hear is them from this concert.
Awesome. Let's experience this. Thank you.
The universe offers tangible evidence to move me along, nudges to open my eyes. It appeared this fall. This trunk, this traveling trunk, packed away, almost discarded, without a key to open me. I went back to see. I found the key. This key to the past, this key to lives lived. Insert, twist, open. Insert, twist, open. Revelations. Views from 1930, views from before, Poston, Arizona, photographs before World War II and who they were to become. I went back to remember who I had become, and I found out who I was all along. It took more than this key. It took me to remember what I forgot to find out. Every minute, every day, with the people I love, and the people who love me, and the people who forgot me, I have this key to this trunk of Hata. An artifact I carry with these papers and these books and these hopeful youths, never to be packed away. Go back to get to now. Go home, wake up. I went back to discover and uncover parts of went back to remember who I had become and for murder that I was all along.
Back.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow. That's, you told me this story a long time ago. And every time I think about it or hear it, I just, tear up because that was the actual trunk, wasn't it?
Actually, that was a borrowed trunk because I didn't want to use my real trunk.
All of a sudden it became valuable.
Sorry to ruin the magic, but the Japanese American Museum of Oregon let me borrow one of their artifacts.
But I just think that story touches my heart because it was you, it was your parents, and a lot of their stuff was hidden away until you needed some dumb prop that's been in the attic forever. We have a little bit of time, Chisao. I'm not sure if there was a sound problem on our platform or what, but you said you had the poem that
I
was.
do.
Let's go ahead and read that. Share that poem.
Okay, I would love to. And as I go into this, it'll probably be time for me to sign off. So I just want to thank you again, Robert and Polaris Dance Theater, for all the wonderful things you're doing. And it's hard that we're not in a studio, we're in a theater, but we're making it work.
Making it work.
what I carry. I went back to discover and uncover and find parts of me. It's amorphous, unseen, but in my blood and breath. It's in my cells, it's in my DNA ancestors pulsing to be heard. As they whisper to me in a language I never spoke, I went back to remember who I had become and found out who I was all along. The universe knows when to assist, when to offer the tangible evidence to move me along, nudges to open my eyes. It appeared this fall, a traveling trunk packed away, almost discarded, a locked trunk without a key, ready to open me. I went back to see, and there was this key to the past, this key to lives lived before me. Insert, twist, open. Revelations, views from 1930, views before post in Arizona, photos before World War II and the people they became. I went back to remember who I had become and found out who I was all along. It took more than this key. It took me to look back, to uncover, to speak, to know, to discover what I forgot to find out. Every day, every minute, with the people I love, with the people who know me, with the people who forgot me. But now, I have this key to this trunk of my dad's, this artifact I carry, these papers, these books and youthful hopes. They can never be packed away because they're in my heart and always will be as I pass on this trunk and this key. Go back to get to now. Go home to know. Wake up. Turn off. Breathe. Listen. Feel. Make. Know. I went back to discover and uncover parts of me. I went back to remember who I had become and found out who I was all along.
I wish we could break for commercial because I'm crying.
Yay! An emotion, that's all we want.
You know,
Thank you, Robert.
It's kind of a double-edged sword of sadness because that poem is beautiful, but it's sad at the same time. So thank you, Chisao.
Thank you.
Okay.
Fun. Have a great rest of the day.
Keep doing it. You and I aren't done, girlfriend.
No, we're not done.
We're not done.
We're still here. Take care. Love
Take
you,
care.
love you.
Yes. So I wish we had more time because Chisao has an amazing career and background we could go on for hours about, as many dancers in our own community and friends of ours. The next group I want to introduce, well, not the next, well, it is a group. But again, I want to thank all the artists participating in today's event. Yeah, I'm still crying. I don't know about the rest of you guys, but for the past 5-6 months, I've been crying, I've been angry, I've been frustrated, I've been scared. There's a lot everybody is going through together. And we have to remember that it's together we're going to survive through this. And I can't imagine anyone I'd rather do this with than our next guest, Melissa Stevenson. There she is. I want you to know that Melissa Stevenson has been with Polaris Dance Theater from the beginning. She showed up at the very first audition we had. She recently, you know what, I never asked you why you moved to Portland. I know why Sarah Anderson moved to Portland, but if you left New York and came to Portland, Oregon, and you showed up at my audition, and I was like, damn, you knew Horton, you knew Graham, you knew Dunham, you knew ballet, you knew Cunningham. I was like, okay, I was throwing a lot of stuff out, and this girl was picking it up, and I was like, okay, this girl fits me. This, and you do fit me. We joke that she's my second wife, and I can't imagine this journey you and I have been on without you. Melissa, you have been a dancer with the company for years, and then you became a teacher, and then you became the director of the youth companies, both Jayco and Neo. So tell me a little bit about you and your background. I mean, I know a lot, but they don't. So let's talk about, let me hear you describe your version of the story.
Oh, goodness. Well, like your daughter, I was born to two professional dancing parents. So dance has been my whole life. Grew up on the tour bus and in the studio and backstage, in dressing rooms. And I've never left it. I pretended, I think at one point I made up whatever careers I could come up with, that I was like, no, I'm going to do that instead. And I never did. I knew it was a lie even then, but that's okay.
You know, a lot of people don't know, another thing that's a claim of fame is that you're a world-class synchro swimmer and had an opportunity to join the Olympic team and for some reason continue down the path of dance.
Yeah, I did synchro for a long time. I still coach.
Yes, you do.
Just one duet. They're near and dear to my heart, and I can't give them up. And actually, synchro is what moved me to Portland.
Is that it?
It is, yeah.
Oh, see, now I know. So I've been, okay, great. Now we know.
Yeah, the woman that was my coach growing up in Indiana was the new head coach at the Mac Club. And she needed a full-time assistant coach, and I had coached for her when I would go home for summers. And so she called me and said, hey, there's this job, you'll have to apply. It has a salary, benefits. And I was broke and hungry in New York, so I was like, sure, I'll try. What's the harm? And then I got offered the job, and here I am.
And then you got bored and decided to check out this audition, which I'm so glad you did. Let's get into the meat and potatoes of Jayco and Neo. What I love about your experience as a synchro swimmer and your background at Ailey and working with Milton and some other Lamone Styles and Graham and Dunham is that there is still ever so slightly and sometimes really strong synchro element in your choreography.
Yeah, and actually one of the pieces that we'll show today is 100% very synchro.
Very synchro, but it works. Out of water, it's beautiful. I want to make sure you and I have more time to chat. So the very first piece we're going to see is called I Don't Want to Grow Up. And it's a piece that you set on Neo. You want to introduce us to the piece?
Yeah, this is a piece I did last year. So some of these dancers have grown out of Neo at this point, but I wanted to do a show that featured kids still being kids. They don't have to, you don't have to talk to them like children or idiots, but that doesn't mean they have to solve the world's problems at the age of 10.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to be lighthearted and fun, and what's more fun than Peter Pan and Mary Martin's?
Yes, yes. And also, tell us the difference between Neo and Jayco.
So our Neo company is for students that are between 9 to 12 years old, and our Jayco is roughly 13 to 18.
Okay.
Till they graduate and leave us.
I see these little faces and I miss them dearly, and I'm wondering what they're up to. Let's I Don't Want to Grow Up. Let's share that.
Great.
Are you ready for today's lesson? Yes, Peter. Listen to your teacher. Repeat after me. I won't grow up. I won't grow up. Not me. I won't grow up. I won't grow up. I don't want to wear a tie. I don't want to wear a tie. And a serious expression. And a serious expression. In the middle of July. In the middle of July. And if it means I must prepare to shoulder burdens with a worried air, I'll never grow up. Never grow up. Never grow up. Not me. Not me. So there. Never gonna be a man. I won't like to see somebody try and make me anyone who wants to try and make me turn into a man. Catch me if you can. I won't grow up. I won't grow up. Not a penny will I pinch. Not a penny will I pinch. I will never grow a mustache. I will never grow a mustache. Or a fraction of an inch. Or a fraction of an inch. 'Cause growing up is awful work. And all the awful things that ever were. I'll never grow up. Never grow up. Never grow up. No sir. Not me. So there. So there. Neverland will always be the home of youth and joy and liberty. I'll never grow up, never grow up, never grow up. Not me, not me, not me, not me. No, sir. Not
I can't get tired of watching that. You know, it's amazing because you know, when you work with kids and you teach kids, you get to watch their journey of growth, you know, as little people, as artists, and I'm just sitting watching this, looking at some of those little dancers and thinking like, you know, they've come a long way in the short time you've been working with them, and I can't say enough to how amazing you are, Melissa. And I'm thankful.
Thank you.
So awesome. So we have the next piece that we're going to do is, so you worked with the groups separately, Jaco and Neo, but you know, we really wanted to kind of have a mentorship thing where that the little ones could see what the bigger ones were doing. And so we created platforms, you created platforms where they could work with the older kids, and this is a piece that you created specifically for that adventure. How about you introduce us and tell us a little bit about this next piece?
Yeah, so this was in the same show. So it's in that lighthearted, be fun and remember to be playful in life, no matter your age. And so this song embodies that. And I think working with students gives me the opportunity to see how much my imagination affects theirs and vice versa. And that's the best part of working with underage dancers. So this piece is a combined piece we did with Jaco and Neo, and I actually taught it to them separately, and we had maybe a 20-minute overlap each week that they could do it together, and then they had to zip apart. So most of this was rehearsed in 2 separate groups with mini holes, but they used their imaginations and didn't step on their imaginary people beside them, and they did a great job.
They did. For people that are watching this event, one of the hardest things, I've had the privilege, I guess I'm going to call it a privilege, of working with models and other people, and it's amazing how spatially unaware most people are. And I discover that every time I go grocery shopping, how spatially unaware most people are. And having 2 group of kids work spatially with imaginary spacing, and then having them understand that spatial awareness and working in patterns, it really is an introduction to understanding how to be and live with others. I believe, that's one of the things we
absolutely. Just learning your surroundings. As somebody who's not very tall, I get drowned in many crowds, and people don't either care or see me or whatever their reasoning. So I can only imagine what it's like for a kid in a crowd. but they've learned how to see one another and read the room and know what space they should hold and what they should allow others to hold.
And to be present in their space.
Absolutely.
That's the gift I think you give, because you I wouldn't call you small, but I guess you're smaller stature. That's one of the other things I've always loved about you, was that we've worked with dancers in our company that are long-legged and tall and move big, and I'm like, you guys, keep up with Melissa, a little one. If you can't keep up with her, there's something wrong with you.
Well, my teachers would thank you for that. She did the opposite. She would say, okay, their legs are this long, yours are this long. You have to beat them.
Okay, well, let's experience this imagination. Here we go.
Hold your breath. Make a wish. Count to 3. Come with me, and you'll be in a world of pure imagination. Take a look, and you'll see into your imagination. We'll begin with a spin, traveling in the world of my creation. What we'll see will defy explanation. If you want to view paradise, simply look around and view it. Anything you want to do it. Want to change the world. There's nothing to it. I know to compare with pure imagination. Living there you'll be free if you truly wish to be.
Beautiful. So that's yes. So did you guys Did you see a synchro element in that? Because I
hard to
actually
miss.
had the privilege to light this piece, and at the very, very end there, I put this water effect on them, and I was like, "Oh my God, this is synchro." I mean, Russ Myers, where are you? Yeah, that was beautiful. Do you want to talk anything about? I know the near future is kind of up in the air, but we have plans for Jaco and Neo and upcoming classes this fall. Are we at a place that we can share any information about that now, or we're still on the drawing board?
Oh, I think our drawing board is messy and
Oh,
unlegible
yeah.
at this
Yeah.
point.
Well, you guys, there's a lot of great dance, as you've been watching today on this festival, happening here and in other cities around the world. We really need to find ways to support all artists, all ways of expression. We are trying to figure things out. We're waiting to find out what's going to happen to the world and our communities, and what is the best thing to do for each other and for the people that we care about and people participating in dance. So we will figure something out. We've got online classes, like so many others in our community and around the world are doing online classes. Stay tuned with Polaris Dance Theater. I wanted to, we alluded a little bit that, Melissa was one of the first dancers to join Polaris Dance Theater. And sadly, and I mean really sadly, she retired about 3 years ago. And I haven't been able to convince her to come back into the studio. But I want, most of the dances that Polaris I'm going to be showing today have Melissa in it. And I want to kind of show a dance. It doesn't really feature Melissa, but it really does. If you're a connoisseur of dance, you're going to see Melissa in this piece. This next piece I want to show that kind of features Melissa is from a show called Tango. And Tangled, as in Tangled, was an exploration that I wanted to explore the word love. And we're going to see some other snippets from that show, but the word love, I think, is really kind of misconstrued and means so many different things. Are you talking about brotherly love? I love my shoes. I love my dog. I love my partner. I love my mom. And I mean, we use that word to describe so many things. And this piece, Escape Artist, was kind of the look at the romantic, young, chasing hormones, running to, running from, the prettiness of it, the ugliness of the entanglement of romance, or the young entanglement of romance. So let's explore Escape Artist and see if we can find Melissa in here. Did you guys see Melissa? Well, you're going to be seeing more of her because we're going to be looking at some. Polaris has a little segment coming up here. I'm looking at these pieces we've choreographed. What was that? About that 10 years ago? I don't know. I've been doing this for a long time. I miss so many dancers. It's amazing, the work that we do as artists, especially if you're working collaborative with other artists and other dancers. It's intense. It's in the moment, just heavy, intense, and you gained bonds. Some of them are deeper and stronger than others, and others are really intense and shallow. And then it's over. And either you go on to the next project with each other, or you separate and go about your separate ways. A lot of the artists I've had the privilege of working with in Polaris over the past 18 years are like family. They're still part of the organization. They're still part of our lives and my life. And others have gone on, and I'm watching them from afar. And it's an amazing thing that I've had the privilege to do. I want to take a little bit of time to, one, welcome everybody who's been watching for a while. And I also, I think I lost, let me see here. Does this, I want to get to, okay, here, I got it back up. So thank you for everyone who's been watching. Please share this. We're going to go till 7. We've got more artists. What I want to do right now is take a little bit of time and thank some of the people who have contributed and donated to the Galaxy Festival. Please forgive my name. Some of these people I know very dearly. Jennifer Lilly, thank you. Dennis McDonald, Jennifer Matsumoto, Philip Coman and Maureen Porter, Eleanor Guitron, Manny, Dennis Baxter, Susan and Charlie Fisher, and of course some of you donated anonymously. Thank you. Your gift is going to go to a really good cause. Kristen Press, Judith Wintrob, Mary Francis, hi Mary, Anonymous, Kim Malik, Mary Tucker. Mary, you're a beautiful dancer. I miss you. Hope you're doing well. Anonymous. Maria, did I say Mary? Oh, con permiso, por favor. Maria Tucker. I said it again. Maria. And I know you've done that show. Julie Hestine. Georgie and Jason Rich. Georgie, I'm sorry. I'm not going to screw up that last name. Gina Southern, Danielle Brute, and so many others. You guys, please consider donating. Like I said, we're hoping to raise at least $3,000 to cover some of our costs, and then we want to give stipends and donate money to all the artists that were participating, being a part of this journey. This is an amazing adventure. I want to thank Brian McDonald, BMAC Photography. He's here on my side. You don't see him. This is a good time for me to kind of share my story with Brian. Literally, Brian has been a part of Polaris Dance Theater since the very, very beginning. And like I said earlier, and you'll find out more about me, but I've been doing this for about 42 years as a dancer, as a choreographer, director. And when we first started Polaris back in 2002, and also when I've worked in another project, I'm always getting phone calls from photographers, and they were like, "Hey, I want to shoot dance, or do you have any photographers?" And I'm like, "Yes," or "No," or "Okay." And Brian gave a call, and he said, "Hey, I'm a photographer, and I want to shoot dance. Could I come and shoot you guys?" And I was like, "Yeah, I don't have any money." We literally just started. I'm not going to tell you the whole story of that, how we just started. But he shows up. I mean, like, we were weeks into our first rehearsals, and there was this guy. And he wasn't wearing any shoes, And I don't even remember introducing myself or him there was this guy, and he was on the floor, and I kept having to step over him. You know, here I'm in the front of the studio, trying to create and work with these new dancers that I'm still getting to know. And then there's this guy he's on the side and he's doing this and he rolls over and I'm looking at what he's shooting, and he's not even shooting what I'm working on. He's not shooting, you know, because typically that's what the photographers do, and sometimes they get right in your face and they're trying to like follow you around, and he wasn't doing that, but he was photographing other things in the room, and I was like, I have no idea what this guy is doing. I can't focus on him because I'm working with these new bunch of beautiful dancers that I'm still getting to know. And so he sent me this composite sheet of the work, and I sat down and I was like, let's take a look at this. And there wasn't a single image that wasn't beautiful and amazing. And he really had an eye. And I have to say, I've worked with a lot of photographers in the past, and typically, not always, but typically the best sports photographers, the best dance photographers are dancers. They understand the timing. Sports, same thing. They understand the game. They understand the timing. And Brian wasn't, my understanding is still, to my day, he wasn't a trained dancer. He's an amazing dancer, but not a trained dancer. And his eye, I would say he has a journalistic eye because it captured 1,000 words, every photograph, and from that first composite, I was like, damn, everything, whether it was on the side, someone stretching, someone pointing their toe, someone with their face in the floor. It was beautiful. And I made it a point I need to get to know this guy. And so we've been on this journey, and Brian has been a large part of, so I'm just thankful. And if there's any success to today, it's because of my friend Brian McDonald, BMAC Photography. And there's other photographers we've worked with as Polaris Dance Theater. But Brian has kind of been with us for the long haul. The next artist, as you can kind of see, I've ran over, was not able to be a part of the festival last minute. Some things came up. We're going to be respectful and not go into that. But so we've got some time here. And so I'm going to talk a little bit about Polaris Dance Theater. I thought, this is a dance festival. Let's keep going with dance. Brian, let's cue up Exam. So this is, we just got done looking at Jaco and Neo, and this is a piece, again, you'll see Melissa and some other alumni from Polaris Dance Theater. But, when we start talking about some of the issues that the youth are facing, not just with police and identification, but let's since everyone's figuring out how to go back to school, I wanted to do a piece that kind of addressed our school system itself. And these are words from Sully Break, is his poetry, and this is from a show titled Word. And I wanted to use spoken word, I wanted to use rap, I wanted to use poems, and put it to movement. But this is another issue that we still need to deal with in our world and our society, and that's the education system. So let's enjoy this piece called Exam.
Class. Class.
Class.
Class.
Listen up.
Sit down.
Listen up.
Sit down.
Pay attention. Class. Get back in line.
Get back in line.
Why can't you try to fit in?
Why can't you try to fit in?
Pay attention.
When are you going to get serious?
Be quiet. Be quiet.
Follow the instruction.
Get back
I'm
in
not
line.
going to tell you again.
Class.
Class.
Get off the grass. Get off the grass.
You let your imagination run wild.
You let your imagination run wild with you. Don't.
Don't.
Get back in line. Why can't you try to fit
Why
in?
can't you try to fit in?
Why can't you try to fit in? When are you going to get serious?
What is wrong with you?
Class.
Class. Class.
Please put your pencils down.
Pay attention.
Are you listening to me? Stop daydreaming.
Stop daydreaming.
Stop daydreaming.
Why can't you try to fit in?
When are you going to try to get serious?
What girl is ever going to take you seriously?
Are you listening to me? Are you listening to me?
I'm not going to tell you again.
When are you going to try to get serious?
Are you listening to me?
Pay attention. Listen up.
I hope you're not planning to go out looking like that.
I'm not going to tell you again. What are you wearing? What are you
What
wearing?
are you wearing?
Follow the instructions.
You've got to be kidding.
Don't.
Stop daydreaming.
I hope you're not planning to go out looking like that.
What boy is ever going to take you seriously?
Go to the back of the line. I don't think you're trying hard enough.
Follow the instructions.
I don't think you're trying hard enough.
Class. Class.
Class.
Class. Please put your pencils down.
What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you?
Please put your pencils down.
Please put your pencils down. Go to the back of the line. You've got to be kidding.
Are you serious?
You let your imagination run wild. You've got to be kidding.
I don't think you're trying hard enough. I hope you're not planning on going out looking like that. Are you serious? Are you serious? Why can't you try to fit in?
Why can't you try to fit in?
Why can't you try to fit in?
You've got to be kidding. I hope you're not planning on going out looking like that. You let your imagination run wild with you. What's wrong with you? Stop daydreaming. Why can't you try to fit in?
Why can't you try to fit in?
Why can't you try to fit in? Why can't you try to fit in?
What is wrong with you?
Why can't you try to fit in?
Can you hear me? Or is my sound just off? Do they choose not to take heed? Or am I just not speaking loud enough? Is this message overlooked because it did not come with a bird attached in its foot? Or in the form of a glorious book? They didn't find this message burning in a bush, scripture or novel. Neither did it come in a bottle. This message is not a product of thousands petitioning. Neither did a million men march until their feet were blistering. Nor did it spurt forth from the mouth of a corpse. Cause when we was young, we was told the revolution would not be televised. So we had to improvise. So we put that shit on the net and watch it get digitalized. Right now, there is a kid finishing parents' evening in a heated discussion with his mother, saying, why does he have to study subjects he will never ever use in his life? And she will look at him blank-eyed, stifle a sigh, think for a second, and then lie. She'll say something along the lines of, you know, to get a good job you need a good degree, and these subjects will help you get a good degree. We never had this opportunity when I was younger. And he will reply, but you were young a long time ago, weren't you, Mum? And she won't respond, although what he implies makes perfect sense, that society's needs would have changed since she was 16. But she will ignore him, grip his hand more sternly, then drag him to the car. But what she doesn't know is that she didn't ignore him just to shut him up. She didn't lie because they were just returning from parents' evening and an argument in the hallway would look bad on her resume. She won't lie because she's just spent the last 1 hour convincing a stern-faced teacher that she will ensure that her child studies more at home. No, she will lie simply because she does not know any better herself. Although her whole adult life she has never used or applied Pythagoras' theorem, pathetic fallacy, and still does not know the value of X, she will rely on society to tell her that her child, who has one of the sharpest minds in the school, is hyperactive, unfocused, easily distracted, and wayward. Students, how many equations, subjects, and dates did you memorize just before an exam never to use again? How many A grades did you get which were never asked for when you applied for a job? How many times have you remembered something 5 minutes just after the teacher said stop writing, only to receive your results 1 month later to realize that you were only 1 mark short of the top grade? Does that mean remembering 5 minutes earlier would have made you more qualified for a particular job? Well, on the application form it would have. We all have different abilities, thought processes, experiences, and genes. So why is a class full of individuals tested by the same means? So does that mean Sherelle thinks she's dumb because she couldn't do a couple of sums? And if this issue is not addressed properly, it then becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. Then every school has the audacity to have a policy on equality. The irony. Exams are society's methods of telling you what you're worth. But you can't let society tell you what you are, because it's the same society that tells you that abortion is wrong, but then looks down on teenage parents. The same society that
I love going down memory lane and seeing some of the beautiful people I've had an experience to share part of this journey with. Yeah, that piece that we just saw, exam, was a lot from my own experience, because I was constantly being told, pay attention, that I stop daydreaming. I remember, I'll share a story with you, and this was kind of the crux of this whole issue. I was in the first grade, and my teacher would start talking, about history, George Washington, and he had wooden teeth, and I'm sitting there going like, dude had wooden teeth, and all of a sudden my brain is messed up. I would get these little images of some white ponytailed guy with wooden teeth, and he chopped down a tree and never told a lie. So I had this video story going on while my teacher was telling me this story. And my teacher kept calling my parents like, your kid daydreams all day long. I mean, I'm like, Mom and Dad, she told me this story. I started seeing these things, and that was, we're all different. We're all, I didn't know that my creative mind was already at work, at the age of 5 and 6. Yeah. So some more stuff I want to share with you, because we got some time here before this festival is over. The next piece I want to do is a piece that's called What's Wrong. And a lot of the pieces I picked that Polaris is going to represent, I really, wanted to talk maybe about issues in the world, and What's Wrong is one of those pieces. The music is mine, and the choreography. And I wanted to approach this next piece with, how could I show how all of us use crutches to make our way through life. And by a crutch, I mean, what do we stand on? What do we sit on? Well, I'm Latino, so we use that as a crutch. Well, this is why I don't. If I'm Christian or if I'm Muslim, we have these little things we lean on. This is why we behave this way. This is why we do things this way. If I'm old, if I'm young, if I'm a man, or if I'm a woman, if I'm single, we give ourselves titles, and we give ourselves these titles that have crutches. There's a lot of people who identify as Christian or Muslim that really hold on to these things tightly, but know very little about those crutches. But still, whether you're Catholic or Protestant, those crutches can be weaponized, and we can use them to guard ourselves from others, to make barriers, to draw sands in the lines, to make excuses, to devastate and destroy each other. And I just thought about this idea that all of these crutches that we cling to, hang on to, identify ourselves as individuals or belonging to a group, in some ways and in some points of view, they're beautiful. And in other ways, they are the cause of our demise and our destruction. I don't have answers, to a lot of things. It's just a lot of the work I do is about the human experience. And how do I explore or explain my experience or journey of those humanic experiences. So when we look at this piece, just to kind of keep that in mind, that's where I was going to and coming from. So this next piece is What's Wrong? Okay. Yeah, what's wrong? What's interesting is that, as audience members, we see a performance, preferably live. And there's so much going on, the stories going on behind it, stuff that's happened. And it's as I'm traveling through memory lane, sharing these pieces with you guys, I just, all of us, everyone involved in the project, whether it was, our board members or Brian or Melissa or dancers, how we learn the process of learning and coming up with the choreography and partnering. And there's so many little stories that make things happen, and how interconnected and involved and crucially on a minutia level, how important every layer and every connection is. And that brings me to this next piece. 11, we're trying to figure out when this piece was created. My brain doesn't remember a time and date. Now, you want to know, Melissa is one of those brains that she remembers the piece we created 20 years ago, and I have no idea the first step. But with that said, I created this piece, we think, between 12 and 10 years ago. And the idea between this next piece, which is called Lullaby, was that how important our connections are and how interrelated we are. Whether you know someone, whether you don't know them, again, my whole theme as a choreographer is the human experience. And hold on, I think. Hold on, Laura. So our next artist is going to be coming on soon. Laura, I will call you soon. Where was I? Oh, so I wanted to talk about how, whether you live in Italy or America or Australia, we may not see how what we're doing, what we're giving, what we're taking affects the people far away, or people outside our city, or people next door. But ultimately, every breath we take, everything we stick in our mouth has an effect down the chain, up the chain, and especially as humans, as a species. What we do, what we say, how we live, what comes out of our mouth and what goes into it, ultimately has a chain reaction with all of us. This is a small little thing we live on. And because we are so small, we don't realize. And so I wanted to create a piece that had echoes and ripples of movement, of how something that happened on left was really affecting what was happening on right. And maybe it made its rippling effect across to the other side. Also, some of the stories we were just talking about this next piece, because as a dancer and as an athlete, you get injured, and some of the injuries I've had when I was a dancer, oh my God, the guilt that I was letting the director down, I was letting my friends and people I really cared about down because I'm injured, I can't be in this piece, and now they've got to make sometimes backstage, last second decisions on what we're changing. And Sarah Lakey was one of the original dancers in this next piece, and she broke her Achilles tendon, or ACL. Thank you. And I knew exactly what she was thinking because I had been injured as a dancer, and I was trying to calm her. I go, honey, it's okay. We're going to figure this out, and we'll make this happen. There's this very beautiful moment, because in those relationships that I was talking about and echoes of energy passing back and forth, that we will find those very unique friends that go deeper than romance. You can't describe our connectivity with each other. And there was this very wonderful kiss that Sarah Lakey and Melissa shared at the very end. And it was kind of a kiss goodbye, a kiss of thankfulness. But she was, she watched the performance and finished watching, last couple rehearsals. literally in tears, and I didn't know what to say or what to give her. But it made the rest of the dancers miss her, which is real life, the journeys we share. Let's go and share this piece. Again, this was done 10, 12 years ago. It's called Lullaby, and here we are. Can I go?
Yeah.
Hey everybody, hope you enjoyed some of the dancers that are helping backstage, alumni, Sarah Anderson and Melissa Stevenson. They reminded me that piece you were just watching was called Change. And they said, you know, you always call this lullaby. And I was like, yeah, I did always call this lullaby. Thank you. And the reason we titled it Change was that how everything we do affects and changes each other's lives. What we're watching right now is I thought I'd show a little bit of behind the scenes for Polaris Dance Theater. Over our 18 years, I've had the privilege to work with over 150 various dancers. Some of them, they're just in for one season and they move on. Others, you know, like Melissa, have been with me from the beginning. I've had the honor and privilege of watching them as young ladies, young women, and become moms. You know, some of them danced through their pregnancies. It's been literally a wonderful journey meeting these individuals, and they've all changed and affected Polaris Dance Theater and me personally. A little bit about my background. If you've been watching this afternoon, the show, I've had the fortune to have this as a career for the past, you know, some 42, 43 years. I started out really, I was born in New Orleans. I'm the child of one of 8 kids from a biracial marriage. My dad was a musician, and he would play drums in the nightclubs in New Orleans. And I would fall asleep listening to my dad play drums and jazz music. I thought I was going to be a musician, and I studied flute, sax, clarinet, piano. My dad wanted me to play the accordion. But I wanted to compose music, and a lot of the music I use in my work is my own compositions, and I have a lot to learn. I've had some great music teachers. I worked with an individual from the Juilliard Conservatory. I even composed a classical piece that was played in the Seattle Kingdom one time, and that was my claim to fame. I started a band when I was 15, 16. That my brother and I were in. But little by little, I got, I'm not going to go into the details how I got into dance, but I got into dance. And so that last piece that you just saw, the beautiful composition from Avery Opart, and I actually started writing a piece just like that. And somebody says, do you know the work of Avery Opart? I go, yeah, I do. They go, have you heard this piece? And I listened to it, and I was like, oh, so simple, yet complex. This is exactly what I was trying to do. So we used that piece of music. We're watching backstage rehearsal, the company working, and I thought it'd be kind of interesting just to kind of look at some of these pieces as we were going through backstage stuff. So here I am back again. Hey everybody. So thank you for being here. Thank you for those of you who have donated to this festival. Again, nothing we do as artists, especially choreographers and dance creators, it's not something we do on our own. We have been influenced by our teachers and by people who have supported us and pushed us, and sometimes people that have pushed us down have made us who we are and have continued us along our way. So I want to shout out to all my teachers and the people who have influenced me. Some have passed on to the next realm, and others are still here. You know who you are. I want to continue with some of the work of Polaris Dance Theater. This is our segment time. This next piece is called 2 by 2, and again, this is from a show called Tangled. And I wanted to, you know, I get the idea behind the show Tangled was the word love, and how that word has so many different meanings, and you know, and in relationships, they always seem to be 2 by 2, and even if you're in groups of other people, the only intimate conversations you have is that one-on-one conversation. You can have group relationship conversations. Your friends, most of the best memories I have are when I'm with my friends one-on-one. It doesn't have to be romantic in nature, but it's those connections, those friendships that are one-on-one. So that's why I gave this piece the title 2 by 2. So here we go. Wow. I have to, hey, Stephen, if you're watching, that piece ended with Melissa and Stephen on the stage. Miss you guys. Miss you, Stephen. I hope you're watching. I'm watching all this dance and these dance makers and celebrating dance with them today has really humbled me and made me thankful for the journey I've been on with Polaris. Over our 18 years, we've created over 350 pieces, maybe more than that. I have to recount it. We're still on this journey. Hopefully we'll survive COVID-19 and we'll survive the political turmoil we're going through as an arts organization and as art makers. Thankfully, to support from donors like you and supporters of you like you, I have a lot to learn as a director. I have a lot to learn as a choreographer, and I have a lot to learn as a human being. And together, this is an important word, together, we will move forward through this and whatever the future brings. I want to do one other piece. Maybe we'll have time because I want to bring on our next artist, Laura Cannon, and she's going to be right on at 6 o'clock. This next piece was a piece I created to the poetry of Mary Howell. And it has to do with death and passing and us coming to terms with our guilt or sadness with death. And I thought, during this really sad time where too many people are dying way before their time, that maybe this would be something to present. This piece is titled 7 Devils.
The first was that I was very busy. The second, I was different from you. Whatever happened to you could not happen to me. Not like that. The third, I worried. The fourth, envy, disguised as compassion. The fifth was that I refused to consider the quality of life of the aphid. The aphid disgusted me. But I couldn't stop thinking about it. The mosquito too, its face, and the ant, its bifurcated body. Okay, the first was that I was so busy. The second, that I might make the wrong choice because I had decided to take that plane that day, that flight before noon, so it was to arrive early. And I shouldn't have wanted that. The third was that if I walked past a certain place on the street, the house would blow up. The fourth was that I was made of guts and blood with a thin layer of skin lightly thrown over the whole thing. The fifth was that the dead seemed more alive to me than the living. The sixth If I touched my right arm, I had to touch my left arm. And if I touched the left arm a little bit harder than I first touched the right, then I had to retouch the left and then touch the right again so it would be even. The seventh, I knew I was breathing the expelled breath of everything that was alive and I couldn't stand it. I wanted a sieve, a mask, I hate this word, a cheesecloth to breathe through that would trap it, whatever was inside everyone else that entered me when I breathed in. No, that was the first one. The second was that I was so busy. I had no time. How had this happened? How had our lives gotten like this? The third was that I couldn't eat food if I really saw it, distinct, separate from me, in a bowl or on a plate. Okay. The first was that I could never get to the end of the list. The second was that the laundry was never finally done. The third was that no one knew me, although they thought they did, and that if people thought of me as little as I thought of them, then what was love? The fourth was that I didn't belong to anyone. I wouldn't allow myself to belong to anyone. The fifth was that I knew none of us could ever know what we didn't know. The sixth was that I projected onto others what I, myself, was feeling. The seventh was the way my mother looked when she was dying. The sound she made. Her mouth wrenched to the right and cupped open so as to take in as much air. The gurgling sound, so loud we had to speak louder to hear each other over it, and then I couldn't stop hearing it years later, grocery shopping, crossing the street. No, not the sound. It was her body's hunger, finally evident, what our mother had hidden all her life. For months I dreamt of knuckle bones and roots, the slabs of sidewalk pushed up like crooked teeth by what grew underneath. The underneath, that was the first devil. He was always with me. And that I didn't think you, if I told you, would understand any of this.
Okay, so we're back again. So one thing I want to talk about is the type of dancer that I like to work with as a choreographer. I've been in a lot of different types of styles of dance companies in my career, and I've been a part of those companies where they really needed you to fit into this mold, and you had to have this look. You had to have this look, or you didn't have this look enough, and if you want to stay here, then go get that look. Or I've been in companies where you get weighed, and if you don't lose that weight, or then you're going to get the yellow slip. And I'm going to confess, I went and saw Bill T. Jones as a young dancer. I went and saw one of Bill T. Jones' concerts, and I'm sitting there as a young, ignorant Latino guy, and I'm watching this show, and a large man walks out on stage, and I'm like, what the heck is he doing out there? This is a big man. He can't be a dancer. And I sat there and was moved to tears. One of the most beautiful dancers I've ever experienced. And part of this journey of self-learning and having your eyes open to the potential in all of us, I was like, damn, you don't have to be a certain body type to have power and to have a meaningful voice on stage. So when I look at dancers, audition dancers, I'm looking if you have technique and you've got, you have a strong base of movement that would match my vocabulary. But I really, at the end of the day, I've turned away some really, really beautiful dancers, mostly because they thought they were really amazing. For me, it's much more important what you bring. How hungry are you to learn and grow with me? And you might have noticed in some of the performances that there's one African-American dancer who is missing her limbs. And what surprises me, we don't have time to show you this other piece, but I created a piece because it was amazing. She would come with the company, and we would see all the dancers, and everybody go, oh, here's the dancers. And I would look at the eyes of the viewers watching the dancers come into the theater, and they would see this young, beautiful black American woman. She's in a wheelchair, and they were kind of like, what's she doing here? Who is this? Maybe should we go tell her she's in the wrong place? And even when she would come out on stage the very first time, I would see the audience go, what's this? And pretty soon they'd realize just how important she was and how she fit in, and how beautiful her tool and instrument was. That brings me to our next guest. This is Laura Cannon, and her and I talked a little bit yesterday about how we pick dancers and who we want to work with. So I want to welcome our next contributing artist, Laura Cannon, to our festival. Hey, Laura, you're on.
Hello, how are you, Robert?
I am doing great. We have been doing this for about 7 hours, and it's been a wonderful, long, beautiful day. Emotional in a lot of ways. But Laura, I'm glad you're here. Let's talk a little bit about you and your background. How did you arrive to where you are?
Sure. Well, I grew up in East Texas, in a really, really small town in East Texas. It was a town where gender roles were extremely inflexible, and women's voices were not very often elevated and really paid attention to. So I left that town as soon as I could, and I ran away to Austin. And in Austin, I started a career in dance. However, that career was also, in that career, I found that gender roles were still fairly inflexible. Men dictated who got to work, when they got to work, and what the work was. They dictated how you were to look, whether it was overtly or subversively, how you were to move, and I never really felt like I belonged there, even though I performed in Austin for many, many years. I left there in my 30s and moved here. And when I left there, I left dance. And I just had really had enough. And I moved here to start a family. And after a while, I was ready to return. But I wanted to return to dance on my own terms. I wanted to return to the things that I really loved about dance, but just leave behind all of the things that were not serving me about dance, being put in those boxes. And really try to find my voice as an artist and not the voices that other people were wanting me to speak with dance. And I found the Echo Theater, and the Echo Theater resonated with me right away because their mission is about access and inclusion for all movers, all people, always being, and there I really found my tribe. So last year, I was able to create the Echo Pro Lab. And those are the dancers that you're going to see tonight. The Echo Pro Lab are dancers that are all very different. But we share one thing in common, and that is that we have all been told or made to believe at some point that we don't belong in dance. Maybe it's because we're too vocal with our ideas or too opinionated, or maybe we don't look a certain way or have the right kind of dance pedigree. But we all felt like we just haven't found a place we belonged. And when you hear those kinds of voices for too long, they start to become your own voice inside your head. So this piece began with this group as a thought experiment. And the thought was, what if, instead of believing those voices that give us the idea that we don't belong, what if we just assume that we do belong? What if we just assume that wherever we are, whatever we're doing, we do belong there? So we met twice a week through the fall and winter, and we engaged in lots of movement experiments and really stayed true to the laboratory aspect of our group. We were dance scientists. And we had lots of discussions, and we taught each other things from our various backgrounds. And as the director, I guided the collaboration, and we eventually found this piece. And that's what you're going to see tonight. It's called We Belong Here, and it is about claiming your own space and affirming that we belong here.
That's beautiful. I love the title. Well, let's make sure we don't run out of any time. Let's go ahead and start this piece. We Belong Here. Thank you, Laura.
Thank you.
When grapes turn to wine, they long for our ability to change. When stars wheel around the North Pole, they are longing for our growing consciousness. Wine got drunk with us, not the other way. The body developed out of us, not we from it. We are bees, and our body is a honeycomb. We made the body. Cell by cell, we made it.
Коромисли да купарисли, да відіриці дубові. Ох, і люлі, ой да люлі, люлі, да відіриці коромыслы гнутся. Коромыслы, они гнутся, да с ведеры вода льется. И Ванюшка, глядя в окошко, да слезою зальется. По что же ты домой, Ванюша, да давно не
You do not have to be good. You do not have to walk on your knees for 100 miles through the desert repenting. You only have to let the soft animal of your body love what it loves. Tell me about despair, yours, and I will tell you mine. Meanwhile, the world goes on. Meanwhile, the sun and the clear pebbles of the rain are moving across the landscapes, over the prairies and the deep trees, the mountains and the rivers. Meanwhile, the wild geese, high in the clean blue air, are heading home again. Whoever you are, no matter how lonely, the world offers itself to your imagination, calls to you like the wild geese, harsh and exciting, over and over, announcing your place in the family of things. Over and over, announcing your place in the family of things.
Laura, oh my God, I'm so glad that you could share that with us. Please give my love to everyone over at Echo Theater. That's an amazing group, and they're doing amazing things. I want to shout out to them. Let's talk a little bit more about this piece. Anything else you want to share with us?
Well, you might have noticed, if you watched it, you would notice that there was a little bit of dance film in there, and I forgot to mention before the piece that is something we're also experimenting with as a group. We're really excited about that frontier of dance making, and also that we're going to be starting a new laboratory process in the fall in whatever way we are able to in these uncertain times. And if people are interested in, we're going to have an audition of sorts at the end of this month. So you're welcome to reach out to the Echo Theater or to me to find out more about that.
Awesome, beautiful. So they would find that at echotheater.org?
It would be echotheaterpdx.org or my Instagram, which is at Rebound Movement PDX.
Okay, there you go, you guys. So there's an opportunity there. Practicing social, this whole thing, COVID thing, we're trying to figure out ways to go. I think a lot of people are exploring dance film, including myself. And I think this is maybe making all of us rethink the whole new landscape of now and tomorrow. One of the other things I really love is that part of your piece was done in the fountain at Director's Park.
That's
and
right.
I was like, when I saw that, I was like, hey, you know what, we're not there, but Director's Park is still represented in the festival.
Yes, I realized that this afternoon when I was preparing my notes, Director's Park is still in the Galaxy Festival.
Yeah, I've seen some other companies have used that landscape and specifically the fountain for some pieces. In fact, we had 2 years, 2 different groups use that as their stage for Galaxy Festival. One of them did it without water, and the other one did it full on with water. And we tried to get, the kids, like, could you please move out? We got a little, but kids still jumped in and danced with them. But I want to thank you for being a part of this, and I look forward to some of the more stuff you're going to bring through your voice and the support of Echo Theater. Thank you, Laura.
Thank you, Robert.
Awesome, you guys. So you guys, the next group I'm going to introduce is the Sankalpa Dance Organization. But I want to thank everyone who's been watching, everyone who's been contributing and donating and sharing links. There will be a recording of this entire show that we will put up on YouTube so that all of the artists who participated can have access to that. But as well, if you missed sections of it, you want to go check out, we'll have a live we'll have a recording of this up on YouTube. But right now, I want to introduce Sweta. Let's bring the Sankalpa Dance Organization. There you are. Hi, Sweta. So the 3 of you, I want you to all introduce yourselves and talk a little bit about your organization, because I am terrible at pronouncing some of the Indian names. So welcome.
Hi, Robert. Firstly, thank you so much for giving us this wonderful opportunity and for featuring us in the Galaxy Dance Festival. I am Sridharan, a disciple of Guru Srimati Ravishankar. I have been trained in this South Indian classical art form for over 25 years now.
Wow.
And to keep my learning ongoing, I run my own dance school here called Kala Shiksha in Portland for the last 4 years. Over to Yashaswini to talk about herself and the dance company.
Hey, Robert.
Hi.
This is Yashaswini Raghuram. I've also been learning Bharatanatyam for the past 20-something years from Srimati Shudha Dhananjay in Bangalore, India. And I've also been learning another Indian classical dance form called Odissi from Srimati Apurupa Chatterjee. And we have a dance company, another dance company called Odissi Dance Company that my Odissi teacher started. I'm a member of that company as well and the assistant director of that company. And it's been a journey of learning and performing and exploring in both these dance forms for all these years.
Awesome.
Hi Robert, thank you so much for having us here.
My name is Sweta Ravishankar. I'm a disciple of my gurus, Srimati Padmini Radhakrishnan and Srimati Roja Kannan. I've been learning this art form and performing for over 20 years now. And after moving to US for the past 8 years, I have my own dance school that I run both in San Jose, California and in Portland, Oregon. It's Sharada Kalanilayam. And I try to perform as much as I can in North America and India. And it's just been amazing, this journey of learning and learning through performing, learning from your gurus, and learning through teaching. So yeah, and as to how this group came together and how we formed the group, I think I'll let Yashaswini start.
Right, so Sankalpa Dance Ensemble is just the three of us, and we came together in 2016. And our primary goal was to just pursue our passion for Indian classical dance form, which is Bharatanatyam. And we also wanted to continue our learning, and we want to learn from each other, share our knowledge with each other. And the word Sankalpa itself means determination. So we specifically chose this word because we were determined to collaborate with each other, have a healthy competition of ideas, thoughts, movement expressions, and we all come, even though we learn the same dance form, we all come from 3 different schools and 3 different styles. So we wanted to use that and play it to our strengths and collaborate constructively with each other. So we primarily started exploring Indian mythological, philosophical, spiritual topics in our dance productions. And then we also touched upon some current topics once we got a little comfortable as a group. And in future, we do want to increase our outreach and make sure that we are growing newer audiences to this beautiful dance form, especially in the Pacific Northwest. We would love to have a lot more people come and watch the dance form and understand it, and not just look at it as something very exotic and something that looks very beautiful from the outside. And we want them to understand what goes on in there as well.
Wow. I want to point something out to our viewing audience that I thought was really beautiful, and I think the same way. All 3 of you described yourselves as disciples of a style that you were, what's weird is that, I not what's weird, but fortunately I've been able to travel around the world, and it's amazing. I go to other countries and they'll introduce, that I've been studying this tea ceremony, or I've been studying this, and I have so much more to learn. In America, if you've been doing something 20 years, you're a master at it. And I'm constantly, my spirit is refreshed when I hear someone describe their journey that they're on, that's continually learning and exploring their passion and their love and their discipline, and not describing themselves as a master. With that, I wanted to talk about some things, and I want to give us time to see the performance. But I know a little bit as a musician about Indian dance and Indian music, and I want to talk a little bit about some of the complexities and rhythms and how East Indian music is maybe counted, because most of the music in America is 4/4, and so it's just that's why most choreographers only count to 8. But some of the Indian and African dances, you use rhythms of 12 and 13 and 17. So, and also the other interesting thing about Malari, if I'm saying that correctly, is that there's no words or lyrics. It's really sounds that contribute to that. Could you guys talk a little bit about those 2 things?
So, in the piece that is going to be featured next, we've presented a Mallari, which is traditionally a piece that is played on an Indian instrument called the Navaswaram. It's a wind instrument that is very unique to the southern part of India. This is followed by the piece that you actually mentioned, which is actually a hymn on the goddess. It comprises primarily of 4 syllables: Om, Ain, Kri, and Kli. Om is the primordial sound. As per Indian philosophy, it is believed that all creation originates from this sound. The next three syllables, each of them denote a goddess, a women goddess, who's responsible for creation, sustenance, and dissolution of the cosmos. The second syllable, which is Ain, pertains to goddess Saraswati, denoted this way. She is the goddess of knowledge, who's responsible for creation. Hri is the third syllable, which pertains to goddess Lakshmi, who is the goddess of wealth, much required for sustenance. And Kli, which is the last syllable, pertains to goddess Durga or Shakti, who is the embodiment of power, which is much needed in dissolution. These are four syllables that have been used in that piece, and interestingly, they've not just been interpreted for their lyrical value, but they've also been used as rhythmic syllables, and we have danced to them. We've used multiple permutation combination, like you mentioned, not just a 4/4. We've used a 4/3 or 4/5. We've combined different lyrical patterns, and we've tried to fit into it, making it a very interesting presentation. I mean, we thoroughly enjoyed putting it together, and we sincerely hope the audience would love watching those complex rhythmical patterns coming together.
Oh, beautiful. Anyone else like to share?
So you were talking about the rhythmic patterns. So we have the basic basic elements, the 3, 4, 5, 7, and 9, and then we have a rhythmic system. Like we have an Adital, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then we have a Rupakatal, which is 1, 2, 3. So we have different count systems, and each of them have a unique name. And in each of these, we could have, for example, in a Rupakatal, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, or at 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. And so you can take the 3, 4, 5, 7, 9, and this big database of the rhythmic patterns, and you can combine them in any permutation and combination and create your own rhythmic pattern. Yeah.
So we have 7 types of rhythmic cycles or talams. So we call it Sapta talam. Sapta is 7 and Tala is the cycle in which the beats are counted. And we have Pancha Jati. Pancha means 5 and Jati is the number of beats. So if it is, we have 3, like she said, 3, 5, 7, 9, so 3, 4, 5, 7, 9. So in all, there can be 7 into 5, 35 types of rhythmic cycles that we can set our beats to. So that's how, it's really complex if we get into further details of it, but this is like the basis on which the South Indian Carnatic music system is set.
This is beautiful. You know, music is universal, but how music is expressed is unique to the people and their culture, and it's not the same all over the world. And I love this festival has been kind of showing that there isn't one way of doing something or saying something, and it can be as simple or it can be as complex as the human heart and soul can make it. So let's go ahead and experience. You guys want to introduce the name of this piece, and we're going to show it.
The piece that we've presented is the Shakti Mallari. Like I mentioned, it begins with Mallari, which is a traditional piece performed on a wind instrument in South India, and we've adapted this to suit our dance type. And this is followed by a hymn in praise of the goddess, of the 3 goddesses. We believe in the Trinity of creation, sustenance, and dissolution. And so this is a ode to the goddess of creation, sustenance, and dissolution.
Thank you. Here we go.
Shrim Shrimatre Shiva Priyaye Namo Namah
Tam Tum Lam Takka Dinna Tam Tattum Tattum Takka Dimmi Takkitta Tam Tum Lam Takka Dinna Tam Tattum Tattum Takka Dimmi Takkitta Tam Tum Lam Takka Dinna Tam Tattum Tattum Takka Dimmi Takkitta Tam Tum Lam Takka Dinna Tam Tattum Tattum Takka Dimmi Takkitta Tam Tum Lam Takka Dinna Tam Tattum Tattum Takka Dimmi Takkitta Tam Tum Lam Takka Dinna Tam Tattum Tattum Takka Dimmi Takkitta Tam Tum Lam Takka Dinna Tam Tattum Tattum Takka Dimmi Takkitta Tam Tum Lam Takka Dinna Tam Tattum Tattum Takkitta Tikkitta Tom Kitta Nam Kitta Tam Tum Lam Takka Dinna Tam Tattum Tattum Takkitta Tikkitta Tom Kitta Nam Kitta Tam Tum Lam Takka Dinna Tam Tattum Tattum Tam Takkitta Dim Takkitta Tom Takkitta Nam Takkitta Tam Dim Tum Lam Takka Dinna Tam Tattum Tattum Tam Takkitta Dim Takkitta Tom Takkitta Nam Takkitta Tam Dim Tum Lam Takka Dinna Tam Tattum Tattum Tam Tajam Tajam Takajam Tajam Tam Dim Tum Lam Takka Dinna Tam Tattum Tattum Tajam Tajam Takajam Takajam Tam Dim Tum Lam Takka Dinna Tam Tattum Tajam Tajam Takajam Tajam 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 Tam Dim Tum Lam Takka Dinna Tam Tattum Tattum Takka Dimmi Takkitta Tam Dim Tum Lam Takka Dinna Tam Tattum Tattum Takka Dimmi Takkitta Dim Dinguta Dinguta Dina Dinguta Dinguta Ding Dinguta Dinguta Dina Dinguta Dinguta Da Di Tum Nam Ta Ta Di Tum Nam Ta Ta Di Tum Nam Targidukum Ta Targidukum Targidukum Ta Targidukum 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 Ta.
Oh, that was beautiful. Even as a musician, I'm trying to count and find these rhythms, and it's really easy for me to get lost. I'm like, wait, where are we at now? And it's beautiful, it's intricate, and at the same time, there's a simplicity and a harmonic flow to it. I really, really loved what you offered and shared with us today. Thank you. Thank you so much. Is there anything you guys would like to share with us in closing?
Actually, I'd like to add that we presented this production Shakti for Women's Day in the year 2019. And it was an all-women's orchestra. On the vocal, we had Srimati Sridhar. On the Natavangam or the cymbals, we had Guru Srimati Anuradha Ganesh. On the violin, we were accompanied by Harini Ganesh. And on Mridangam, the drum, which is that we used for Bharatanatyam, we were accompanied by a young girl called Laya Kashyap. So it was an all-women orchestra, and we did it in celebration of Women's Day. This was one of the many pieces that we presented, and we had other pieces in praise of women, some by some contemporary authors and contemporary themes, but it was all in praise of women by women.
This is beautiful. I want to continue this journey, so we're talking about maybe doing another festival, instead of waiting for another whole year. And I definitely hope you guys come back. One of the things that Portlanders don't know about the dance scene in Portland is that when you ask people to mention companies or styles of dance, right away they'll mention ballet companies or contemporary companies or maybe a hip hop group, a tap group. But they don't understand how huge the East Indian dance community is in Portland, how many groups there are and schools there are and different styles of learning. And I'm constantly learning more and more about what's happening in our own backyard. And I'm so thankful you guys could be a part of it. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
So everyone, can we please give a virtual hand of applause to Sankalpa Dance Company. Thank you, ladies. So that just about wraps up our show, you guys. This has been 8 hours long. And I want to thank Brian McDonald, BMac Studios. If you guys want to find out more about him, bmacstudios.com. Melissa Stevenson, Sarah Anderson, Natalie Press, our staff, all of you that have contributed to the show. I want to take a moment and also let you know that it's almost 7 o'clock. And for the past 4 months, my neighborhood and myself, we've been going out at 7 o'clock every night, beeping our horns and pounding pans to honor and to celebrate and also remind those people at the front lines of COVID, the doctors, the nurses, the first responders. You have not been forgotten. You are angels, and we are still dealing with this horrific pandemic. And I can't tell you how thankful I am, and I want you all to know in those industries that you are not forgotten, because you are dealing with this every day. And we complain about the mask and we complain about a lot of stuff, but you guys are in the trenches, and I just want to honor and respect what all of you are doing. With that, you guys, you can still contribute if you want to donate to this festival. I want to thank all of the artists that participated and dealt with us and our learning curve, and I'm sure we all learned from this. But thank you again. Support your local artists. Vote this year. Everybody vote. I don't care what side you're on, Republican, Democrat, nobody. Everybody, you have a voice. This is important. Honor and respect each other. Honor and respect the diversity in our community. And with that, I'm going to say peace out. Love you all. See you on the flip side. Ciao.